held in Mizoram for the first time. A warm welcome to everyone inside the hall, and we will be starting this program straight away. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin the proceeding of the second day, may I have the honor to call upon to the dais, to the stage, Sri Gyan Bhushan, Economic Advisor, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, to sit. Let's give him a big applause of hand. Following with Sri Abu Tayyang, Director, Tourism, Arunachal Pradesh. Following with Sri Imon Chaudhary, Deputy Director, Directorate of Tourism, Assam. Following Sri Violo Dolo, Additional Director, Tourism, Nagaland. Following Mrs. Karma Yutsu, Special Secretary, Tourism, Sikkim. Following Sri Tapandas, Managing Director, Tripura Tourism. Following with Sar Narensi Basumatri, SCS Secretary of Tourism Department, Bodoland. Following with Sar Philip F. Tairang, Additional Director, Government of Meghalaya, Department of Tourism. Sar Y. Kikon, Joint Secretary, Nagaland Tourism. You may join the seat. Well, I request all our dignitaries to come up to the stage and sit here. As Madam Manisha Saxena IAS Principal Secretary is on her way to drop the Honorable Union Minister to the helipad, as soon as she arrives, she may join to the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin the program, may I have the honor to call upon to Sri Gyan Bhushan, Economic Advisor, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, to deliver a welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I hope with the yesterday interactions in the evening, you must have seen a flavor of the Northeast, especially the Mizoram. I'm very happy and delighted to be here, and I welcome all of you, and especially people who have come from outside Mizoram to this particular event, which is organized by Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, and Department of Tourism, Government of Meghalaya. So let me first welcome all the representatives of the state governments who are on the dais. We have representations from Nagaland, Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram. David will be joining shortly, as mentioned by my earlier speaker, Sikkim, Tripura and Bodoland. So all these representatives are going to tell us about their state tourism endeavors and what they have been doing in terms of making their state the best destinations in the Northeast. As you all are aware, Government of India has been giving highest priority to making the Northeast the most preferred destination in India, not only for the tourists who are from within the state, within the country, but also from outside India. As mentioned yesterday by our Honorable Minister also and the Secretary about the connectivity, the accommodation, the capacity building in terms of soft skill, all these are very important. And what better place than Northeast could be for exploring new places. We all know that, especially if you are going to some crowded place, we are now avoiding those places, especially after the COVID pandemic. The ecotourism and the adventure tourism, the unseen areas, the secluded places, these are the areas where tourists are preferring. This is also making us more sustainable in the process. And as you are aware, sustainability has become the center point of all our endeavors in tourism sector. We will have more on this in the second, after this session we will have a separate session on those. But let me again welcome all the state representatives. Some are yet to join, and without taking much time, I will straight away go to the session and request the different states who are here to tell us about their initiatives for making their state the most preferred tourist destinations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your welcome speech. So yes, moving on to our next program, that is state presentation, and may I request Sir Ravji Hussain, Special Commissioner Tourism of Assam, to come up to the stage and also take your seat. And as we noted, Madam Manisha Saxena is not available. She is on her way to drop the Honorable Union Minister to the helipad, and as soon as she arrives, she may join to the dais. So, first of all, may I call to the Special Commissioner Tourism of Assam, Rajvi Hussain, to have a presentation.
Itu uliai desu Assam itu. Amak Assam का presentation. Ami dia tu na ho jano.
असम का पीडीएफ है ना, पीडीएफ दिया था ना
Most probably. প্ৰথমতে আমাক এইটো হৈ জানো, এইটোতো নহয়, মোৰ এইটোতো বেলেগ আছে ন,
এইটোতো সাষ্টেইনেবলটো ন, এইটো জেনেৰেল
প্ৰেজেন্টেশ্যন, এইটো সাষ্টেইনেবলটো নহয়, এইটো মোক এইটো আইটেমৰ কাৰণে যিটো দিছিলে
ষ্টেটাছ অফ প্ৰজেক্টছ, এইটো
দে কৈ দিম
এইটো তাৰমানে এই হেৰিবোৰ যে আছে, এইটো দিছোঁ ন আপোনাক জেনেৰেলটো, মানে এইটো দি থাকিলে গুচি যাব,
কোনটো দিম,
এইটো
Jing Chibai Vek Ule. I would like to offer my good morning to all of you and greetings from Assam, Assam. So I represent the state of Assam, and along with me a team has come, the chairman of the ATDC, Mr. Tripura Borua, my joint director Hriday Das, and one deputy director Imon Chaudhary. So as you all know, Assam is the rolling hills, the green valleys, virgin forests, the mighty Brahmaputra and its tributaries, the colorful tribes and their enchanting culture makes Assam a major hub for nature and culture-based tourism. We have lot of facets of tourism in Assam. Because we are targeting the audience for the other northeast states as well as the tour operators and many people who have come down from Delhi, and also some may be joining us through Facebook. So I would like here to say that there are the different facets of tourism in Assam which you can come and see. The wildlife tourism is there, as you are very much aware that the one-horned rhinoceros in Kaziranga is there, the Manas National Park. We have actually 7 such World Heritage Sites and sanctuaries. Then next is the tea and golf tourism. The tea, as you know, we have more than 800 big tea gardens and more than around small tea growers we have. There are a lot of other small tea gardens also. And the golf tourism, although it has not gone far, but it is a very nice option and a very well-to-do area in which we can fashion ourselves as and come to be known as one of the most coveted areas for people to come for the golf. River tourism is growing up. We already have the Mahabhav, Brahmaputra and other Choraido and other cruises going down. And as you recently know from the shipping ministry, there has been a go-ahead for a cruise, a big vessel from Varanasi to Dibrugarh it will run in January and it will end in March. So these are the things that are coming up. Religious and spiritual tourism, as you all know, Kamakhya is the hub of religious tourism. We have this Ambubachi Mela where lakhs of people flock in the month of June, and it becomes a hub for tourism as well as for the spiritual seekers. Heritage tourism in Sibsagar area, the kingdom of Ahoms, is very well known, and we have those amphitheatre like Ranghar, the Talatal Ghar, Karenghar and Sibsagar, Soraidom, Maidam and things of those sorts are there. So a tourist can cater to his taste in each and every way and in every which way he can. If someone would like to come for wildlife, he will like to go to wildlife. If someone likes adventure tourism, we are also going in a big way in Bhalukpung area. We are having river cruising. In Bodoland also we are having some paragliding and things like of that sort are now coming up. Agro and rural tourism is also growing. We are producing quite a lot of vegetables which we are sending to Dubai, UAE, London and things of that sort. And recently we are also now taking up a thing like medical tourism, for which we are in talks with the various hospitals in Guwahati, and we are targeting Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, and shortly we'll be having a roadshow out there in those places to get our medical tourism and call the people to here for better health facilities. Because with the advent of the cancer hospitals, it was very proud moment when our Chief Minister declared that we are going to have some 7 cancer hospitals in Assam. We already have the B. Borwa and the 6 Mile Cancer Institute where people are coming and flocking. But from the tourism angle, we are also thinking of getting them the best of medical education in our places. This I have already referred to you regarding the wildlife, the national parks that we have. You know Kaziranga, Manas, Orang, Nameri, Dibru Soikhwa, Raimona, Ding Patkai, Kaziranga being the most prominent, and Manas also is quite prominent, and others are also there. And Raimona is coming up in a big way, that is in Bodoland, and we like to project that too in our wildlife circuit. It has also been taken up as the UNESCO recognized natural World Heritage Site, when you can see it in the photograph there how the people are coming, and this is the season when now the tourists are coming into Kaziranga in hordes, and we are having quite a lot of infrastructure out there from the government side also, from the private sector also, and we want more. So you'll be happy to know that recently an MOU was signed with the Tata Group for a hotel in Hatikuli and Keliden. Keliden is in Nagaland, but Hatikuli is near Kohara in Kaziranga. And Hyatt is also coming up with a hotel, and MOU will be signed shortly for with the Hyatt Hotel with ATDC, and we will be going forward in that. These are the tourist lodges in there. And as you all know, we are known for the Big Five that is in Kaziranga, for which people come and have a, and it is, if they are lucky, they may see the tiger too. These are the Manas National Park is also boasting of the tiger population that is growing day by day. There is a gore that you see, and the Mathangori is a place in Manas National Park which is a sight to see. If you go, there is a forest guest house there, and from there you can see this beautiful scenery from which I am including in this photograph. The wildlife sanctuaries are many, in fact, all having separate identities. Like the golden langur that we are showing you in this photograph. This golden langur is quite famous, and it is only found in these parts of the state. The other, I would not like to name each one, but it transcends all over Assam. In each and every wildlife sanctuary, you will find one thing or the another, and it is the tourist delight if he comes to see the wildlife in Assam. Pobitora Wildlife, this is just 45 minutes journey from Guwahati by road, and it has the highest density of one-horned rhinoceroses in the world. Considering the area, it has quite a lot of rhinoceroses which will be found here. This I have already referred to, tea and golf tourism. In the tea front, what I would like to say, because that thing will come up later on in the incentive sector, we are proposing for 50 tea bungalows to be renovated with us, government of Assam Tourism Department, vouching for the 50% that goes up to 2 crores. So we will be giving subsidies up to 2 crores, and the other part will be given by the garden which will be selected. So that process is on, and shortly we will have some state-of-art bungalows, and people who will like to come over to Assam would get the best of experience in the tea gardens and live the life of a tea planter by staying in a tea bungalow just as the tea managers and the tea people live, and get a first-hand account of the tea making and things like that. So these are the things, the initiatives that we are taking. The golf, there are a lot of golf I have already mentioned, I would not like to repeat again. These are the tea heritage bungalows. You can see such beautiful bungalows there are. The first one is the Mankata Heritage Tea Bungalow, which is in Upper Assam near Mohanbari, Dibrugarh Airport, and that is a British type of bungalow which is now open to public, and the high-end tourists can come and stay here for 2-3 nights with other activities also thrown in. Wild Mashir Heritage Tea Bungalow, this is in Tejpur, where recently Hrithik Roshan is there. He has come for a film for shooting named Fighter, for which most probably today is the 18th. Deepika Padukone and Anil Kapoor is also on their way. So tea tourism, along with tea tourism, the film tourism is also on the rise, because many Bollywood stalwarts are thinking of coming here to make films. Recently, Kangana Ranaut also came and did a recce of the places in Chandubi and Tejpur and places like Kaziranga, where she will be doing a film on Indira Gandhi named Emergency. River tourism, and as you can see the dolphin is there. Dolphin we are taking as a city animal, and we are projecting it in a big way. We have this, you can see this is a different type of a dolphin with its pointed beak. So this is very much evident, and you can see it in Kukurmara. There is a place near Pobitora, which I mentioned some time ago, 45 minutes away from the Guwahati. So you can, the sighting of the dolphin is very much there. Another place is the Kurua, that is near Mongoldoy. There also the river dolphin is. So we are doing a thing, we are having our policy launch of the tourism policy will be launched in a big way 2 days later on 21st in Delhi by our Honorable Chief Minister. And for that, we have already sent feelers to most of the tour operators out there in Delhi, and many of them know about it. But if you do not know, I would like the people who are here to at least, if you can come over to Hotel Ashok at 5 p.m. in Delhi on the 21st, so that you will be a part of the, because it is not only the launch of our tourism policy, we are also launching a website, and also a video promo will be there, which will be done. This is the tourist attractions in the riverbanks of Assam. Those who are acquainted with our Assam, they will be very much knowing about the places which I have mentioned here. As my time is not so much, so I would not like to go. Later on, if you want, we can share with you the presentation. These are the river cruises that are presently going on in Assam. Jalpuri is there. Jalpuri is manned by a person, but it is again in collaboration with our ATDC. Like that, the Mahabahu is also done by Mr. Sanjay Basu, but it is also in collaboration with ATDC. Like that, 2-3 other cruises are also coming up, and in a big way. And with the Minister of Shipping and Waterways being our former Chief Minister, Mr. Sarvananda Sonowal. So it's really a good thing that he has gone into it very much. And now with the, which I have mentioned some time ago, with the running of the cruise, in January 10th it will start from Varanasi and it will end up in Dibrugarh in Assam. So the river cruise thing is coming up, and for the first time in India also, I have come to know, because I am not in the IWT sector, but the night navigation facility will also be provided soon. These are the religious and spiritual tourism. The people who would like to come for anything in the religious sector, Kamakya is there, as you all know. The Sivadol in Sibsagar, it's a the tomb at top, it is of pure gold. The Bordwa Sotra, this is for the people who are with the Namghars, related to the Namghars and places, the Sotras. So these are the places to visit. Recently we are having this Ras festival in Majuli as well as in Nalbari, for which 2 days ago renowned film actress and BJP leader Hema Malini came over, and Asrani also came to the Ras Mahotsav in it is not only done in, we tourism are promoting it in a big way in Majuli and Nalbari, but other places are also having it in their own big way. So in their place, they think it is a big way, they are doing it. Namphake Buddhist temple, this is in the Upper Assam. So these places are also on the border of Arunachal Pradesh. Gurdwara, this is a very big, Gurdwara at Tegh Bahadur Sahib in Dhubri. And then also keeping all religions in unity, we are having the Poa Makkah at Hajo, which is said to be having 1 poa of land, mitti, bought from the holy land of Makkah. In heritage tourism also we are having these places, Tolatal Ghar, Surya Pahar, which is very much there, but it is not much visited. So these are the newer destinations that we are trying to promote. But along with the promotion, the Bamuni Hills of ruins of the Bamuni Hills of Tejpur during the Ahom Chola regime, that is the time when it was done. That the Tarmeswari temple that is in Sodia. So now, previously people used to have to go to Sodia by boat, by ferry. But now with the Bhupen Hazarika Setu, the largest bridge coming up, so people can now go and visit these places. Tezpur also is having lot of things. Then Madan Kamdev, it is in North Guwahati. These are places which are not fully explored. But now these newer destinations we are promoting because we want more and more people not to target only Kaziranga or Manas or Kamakya and also visit these beautiful places. The cultural and culinary tourism is also a part of our culture. As you know, Bihu dance is one of the most famous dances in India and one of the most colorful and most vigorous dances, you can say, where one would, even if he is sitting idle, with the beating of the drums and things, he will start swaying all of a sudden. The Boro dance is there, that's a beautiful Bagrumba dance. And then Dole festival is, the Holi is maintained in a very big way in Borpeta. So that is a photograph from that place. And the cuisine, as you can see, these are local cuisines which has its own flavor in its own, and it is to be eaten to be believed. And then only you will get the flavor of how you can go through it. This is a woman's ladies' delight to visit Swalkuchi for the silk, which is very famous. Like yesterday, we were also saw your fashion show and the people who were wearing the Mizoram silk. Likewise, this is also very much famous. The Swalkuchi village, which is the complete village is full of these silk handlooms, and people are progressing there. The women from that place, they are doing it in such a big way that you can, every second house is having a loom and they are creating magic out of it. The mask making at Majuli is a new thing that most, if you do not know, have been there. But most of the people who go there are very much happy to see this thing which is coming up of late. Adventure tourism, this is the Umrangshu Lake in Dima Hasao. The Panipur waterfalls is also, these are two places in Dima Hasao which are now coming up because Dima Hasao recently had a very bad flood for which even the railway station was washed away. And we are having the Vista Dome train which is taking people to the hills. That is the only hill station in Assam, Dima Hasao. Agro and rural tourism, as you can see, these are the places which are very virgin, very nice, and with all the kate and everything that you can see. It is a serene and serenity and sublime area where you can come and visit at any time. And these are the Umswai village. This is one of the cleanest villages in Karbi Anglong where we are putting up a project, and that project is going to be, which we will later on tell in our sustainable responsible tourism section. So these are the places. Majuli, we are having, the tour operators are doing very well. There is a person called Noshad who is also doing very well with cycling. We from tourism department have also provided many cycles. So the people who are going to there, along with the cycle trip is a storytelling trip. So along with it, the storytelling is very much famous. And so the person who is the guide, he is telling the story of the Majuli, the mask making, the other famous things of Majuli, and the people are getting a good experience. As you can see, we have 7 number of airports in Assam. I do not know whether this is the largest, total number is the biggest in Assam, but 7 airports in a single state. I think Assam is the only state. I may be wrong. But yesterday I googled and saw that UP has 5 but most probably it is because 2 or 3 airports are international, they are getting the #1 facility. Regarding the international thing, I would also like to tell you that Guwahati is coming up with the new terminal building. Most probably it will be ready by March 2023. And from the URAN scheme, we are having some new international URAN schemes, and it is proposed to have us link with the East by going to Kuala Lumpur, Singapore, Bhutan, and places like that. Even Nepal is on the field for having international. Now only one Brook Air is flying to Singapore. Otherwise, there is no much flight. SpiceJet had put up a flight from Bangladesh to Guwahati, but it is now discontinued. This is the Vista Dome that I had been speaking to you. It goes from Guwahati and goes to New Haflong, and now it is stretched up to Badarpur in Silchar. So this is a very good experience, a completely full glass train, which you can see the beauty of Dima Hasao on its way to Haflong, and on the way you can Maibang also you cross, you see the places very beautifully. We are wanting to have more of these trains, and we are in touch with the railway authorities for having. Another one is most probably going from Tinsukia to Naharlagun. Naharlagun is in Arunachal Pradesh. This is the Dhola Hodia Bridge, which I had referred to. It is 9.50 kilometer, and it is India's longest bridge. So this is just on our end of Assam. So from Tinsukia onwards, you can go to Sodia directly, which was quite a problem previously when people had to move by these ferries. So this 900 kilometer stretch of Brahmaputra river from Sodia to Dhubri is designated as National Waterways 2. This is the complete stretch that the Brahmaputra goes along the Assam. So with these things coming up, and as I have already mentioned, the waterways, the water cruises and all these things are coming up in a big way, and in the next 5 years, we'll see more vessels on the Brahmaputra. Regarding accommodation, we are having Hotel Vivanta, Hotel Radisson Blu, and there are quite a lot of 3-star onwards hotels. 5-star is no doubt your Radisson Blu. Vivanta also comes next, and then Novotel we have, and we have quite a lot of hotels. And now with the signing of the MOU with the Tata Group in Manas, we are having a 75 keys hotel, which most probably Mr. Jayanta Das is there, the GM of Vivanta. He will tell you in his session. Rural homestay. Rural homestay is something that people are coming up. Especially I have seen that the people who are coming from abroad or also from the domestic sector, they nowadays do not want to come and stay in a hotel. If it is a rural homestay, so we have a scheme called Amar Alohi, for which we had given to selected persons on after selection. 29 we had given in the first year, and 34 we had given in the second year. We had a 80-20 subsidy scheme. For 80% we are giving from the government side, and 20% the beneficiary must pay by himself. So that is being little changed and modified, and we are trying to get it little bit enhanced with one more room, so that to cater to the tourist need. This is all I have to tell you. Although I finish here, but I would like to tell you the presentation on Assam as a whole, projecting and promoting Assam has been done. But here I would like to say 2-3. First, our promotion of the tourism policy. Tourism policy, we have made it in a very minutely, beautifully done, along with the collaboration with the World Bank. So World Bank has collaborated with us, and we have done the document. It has been memoed, and the gazette notification is also out, and it will be now launched in a big way in here. But only the launching of the thing will not suffice. So for that, side by side, what we will be doing is we will be making the action plan, for which we will be also needing your help the tour operators, the hoteliers, and other people. So if you can give your inputs only on the based on the chapters, there are 10 chapters here. So if you could please come up with your ideas also to how to go about it, because the first trust is on that government cannot do anything. It is not the government who will be doing anything. The private players must come in more. Like we are in Mizoram. Mizoram is quite a place which has come. I myself was shocked to see the hotels and the beautiful landscapes and the places out here. Yesterday's session was a very fruitful session, where in that session we came to know from your Honorable Chief Minister, Joram Thanga sir, that about the bamboo thing, which was unknown to us. Bamboo itself is a revolution from where you can make lakhs and crores. And that is, and because of the bamboo thing, you are getting 2 projects which were unveiled yesterday, the roads. That is quite an achievement, I'd like to say. And from the Mizoram front, I would like to say what we in Assam perceive. We knew about Mizoram more for their rock culture, for their fashion shows, because whenever we have these fashion shows curated by Shamkanu Mohanto or Vikram Rai Medi, we see the designers who come from Mizoram in a big way, and they churn out beautiful designs. So these all together create the essence, and for which I am very thankful to be a part of you in this International Tourism Meet, and I thank you all. The last, I would like to conclude with one thing, that we would like to say in the lines of Ek Bharat, Shresth Bharat, I would like to say Ek Northeast, Shresth Northeast. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was a great presentation. And I request each and every presentation should be not more than 10 minutes, and I hope we don't exceed 10 minutes, okay? All right, so yes, moving on to our next presentation. This is going to be from Arunachal Pradesh. May I call upon Sri Abute Young, Director, Tourism Department.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to be in Aizawl. We've been given just 10 minutes. Arunachal, as you know, is the largest state in the northeast, about 84,000 square kilometers, and has lots to offer. So I'll just try to put all this and just compress it into 10 minutes. As I mentioned, it's the largest state in the northeast. It has 26 major tribes with more than 100 plus sub-tribes, each having its distinct culture, handicraft, handloom, cuisine. So Arunachal is a melting pot of culture and tradition. Diversity is immense in Arunachal. Like my next door neighbor, I come from the Adi tribe, my next door neighbor speaks a different language. So it's kind of difficult to communicate, but as a state, we have been thriving. And of late, tourism in Arunachal has been thriving. So this is just a map of Arunachal for the people who have not been initiated into the state. We had 12 tourist circuits. Some of them were very popular, especially Tawang Bondila circuit. Recently, this year, the MHA has agreed to 2 more circuits for us. This is the Dibrugarh Devmali Hukanjuri Khonsa 1. Then there's the Dibrugarh Kanubari Longding. These circuits opens up a new virgin area for people wanting to visit Arunachal. These districts offer some of the best, what you can say, tribal traditions that are still followed from the time immemorial. This is the vision that we have for Arunachal, to make Arunachal a responsible tourist destination, free from ecological and cultural erosion in a time-bound manner. and our mission to become one of the best green destinations of the country, to attract private investment through good governance and ease of business. Of course, we'll be taking that up in the next session here. To build capacity in terms of tourism infrastructure, skill development, and digital inclusion, to preserve local culture and heritage through community involvement and showcasing local champions. These are our key product areas. There's adventure, there's culture, there's spiritual, and the wildlife. Adventure, you name it, Arunachal will have it. Especially in whitewater rafting, we have 5 major rivers and numerous territories. Whitewater rafting, mushroom angling, you could name it. Other adventure activities would be paragliding, paramotoring, mountain biking. We have some champions from Arunachal in that field. Culture, as I mentioned, where can you get the different cultures of 26 major tribes all put together in one state? So I think I need not say too much about it. Spiritual destinations, we have many. I just speak to you about 2 of them here. One is the Parshuram Kund, which for Hindu pilgrimages, it's one of the holiest places on earth. Recent initiative from the Ministry of Tourism, we are thankful for that, was a 38 crore infusion of funds for development of infrastructure in Parshuram Kund under Prasad. Then we have the 400-year-old plus Tawang Gompa, the place of the birthplace of the 6th Dalai Lama, which is for Buddhists, it is, you could say, the Holy Grail. There are others, but because of shortage of time, I'll try and keep my presentation to just these 2. Wildlife, we have a lot of wildlife in Arunachal still. About 78% of our state is under forest cover. And we have 9 wildlife sanctuaries and 2 national parks. We have 1 national park, Nadamdhapa, which has all the 4 big cats, the tiger, the leopard, the clouded leopard, and of course the elusive snow leopard. It's a heaven for wildlife enthusiasts, offering you about 600 plus varieties of butterflies, birds, and reptiles. Orchids, 600 plus species. We have Eagle Nest also, a birding destination in West Kameng district of Arunachal Pradesh. It is known to be the 2nd highest biodiversity hotspot next to the Andes in the South Americas. Capacity building, promotion of homestays and all. We have a flagship scheme called the Chief Minister's Paryatan Vikas Yojana. We offer subsidies for establishing food courts, restaurants. Of course, the trust area is, of course, homestays. We have almost 500 homestays as of now registered in our department, and more coming up. Because we have very few hotels, that is under the trust area. Of course, we'll be speaking about that in the investment section of our gathering here. Then, of course, we are supporting the tour operators for purchasing of adventure equipments through this flagship scheme. We are training our manpower in skill development, advanced certificate course, like in mountaineering, trekking, river rafting, mountain biking, paragliding, search and rescue, etc. There's an institute called the NIMAS, National Institute of Mountaineering and Allied Sports, NIMAS in Dirang. We also have the Chief Minister's Paryatan Shiksha Yojana. We are giving fully paid scholarships in graduation and diploma in the Institute of Hotel Management, Guwahati and Shillong, and the food production and bakery courses in Foodcraft Institute, Nagaland. Of course, we have decided from next year we're going to upgrade this. We will be sending our people to some of the best in the country. And of course, I'm told that the Taj group is here. We'd also like to probably work out some kind of partnership for a paid internship in your establishments. This is our social media reach as of now. Forgive the Instagram with just 2,000 plus followers, because we just started that this year. So we are a late starter. Of course, COVID took 2 years from us. The recent initiative to promote tourism in Arunachal were the Dekho Apna Pradesh campaign, in line with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of Dekho Apna Desh. The Trans Arunachal Drive, the Siang Rush, the Namdapa Butterfly Meet, the Arunachal Open Paragliding Accuracy Championship, the Rally of Arunachal, and of course the signature motorcycle rides. The Trans Arunachal Drive, I'd like to just highlight a bit. We've had 2 editions of this. We would like to continue with it for next year also. It has been very well received in all the circles. It was a journey of 2,500 kilometers from the east of Arunachal to the west. Initial 2 editions were FAM tours, media, industry experts, stakeholders were taken on this journey covering the length and breadth of Arunachal Pradesh, providing an insight into some of the best locations, insight into the culture, insight into the food of Arunachal. And I will, of course, send personal invites on the next edition to members who are present here today. These are some glimpses of our Trans Arunachal Drive. Major ongoing projects for tourism development. Like I mentioned earlier, augmentation of Parshuram Kund under Prasad scheme. We have introduced caravan tourism since this year. It's very soon going to be launched by our Chief Minister within a month. Then, of course, we are developing a one-stop destination for culture, tradition, handloom, handicrafts, cuisine, by way of Arunachal Tourism Village in a place called Bomjir. This property will be spread over 100 acres. We'll have representatives, houses, and culture of all the 26 major tribes, including other activities. There's another thing why we selected Bomjir, because Bomjir is very close to Dambuk, which hosts the Orange Festival of Adventure and Music. That's an annual calendar event of our state. There's also the development of adventure zones in Tawang, Mechuka, and Yazali. Tawang, we are examining setting up a skiing ground there. Tawang, most of you might be familiar. It's the capital of Tawang district and has snow almost throughout the year. So that we are trying to develop into a skiing destination. Of course, for Arunachal, like some of the northeast states, you do need permits. There's the inner lane permit for domestic travelers and the protected area permit for foreign tourists. But frankly speaking, don't let the permit word disturb you, because it's fairly easy to get. ILPs are EILPs available on the and also on arrival in all our major entry points. How to reach? Most of you would know. Of course, by road we have interstate buses, taxis, rental cars. Flights, we have choppers, and nearest airports were Dibrugarh and Guwahati. But now, tomorrow, our Prime Minister is inaugurating our first major airport, the Donipolo Airport in Holongi. Then, of course, we have other ALGs which is catering to smaller planes like Pasigat, Teju, Tawang, Mechuka, and of course now Anini is being added to that. Then of course Naharlagun railway stations, that's just in the twin capital there. So I'd like to say thank you, but I'd like to leave you with a small video of my state. Please enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That was a great presentation indeed with a video. And yes, our video and presentation both joined together should be in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next presentation. This is from Bodoland. May I call upon Dr. Dharma Narayandas, Honorable Executive Member, BTC, Bodoland Tourism.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, dignitaries on the stage, stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen. I will give a very brief note about Bodoland Territorial Council. As you know, Bodoland Territorial Council is the gateway to the Northeast. And Bodoland consists of 5 districts with a population of 31 lakhs. Bodoland has 2 national parks, Raimona National Park and Manas National Park. Bit before, from Assam Tourism, they have told about Manas National Park. Apart from that, we also have 2 wildlife sanctuaries. One at near Kokrajhar, Chakrasila Wildlife Sanctuary. And we have lots of natural abundance. As you know, Bodoland comes under Eastern Doors sector. Doors means gateway to Bhutan. Before there was no gate to go to Bhutan. At present they have opened 3 gates which goes through Bodoland Territorial Council. And we have lots of adventurous sports activities. As you know, few days back we had a inter-council football match. And the final match has been played between Mizoram Lai Council and BTC Council. And we had more than 1 lakh spectators there. So we had got very good exposure. I welcome everybody to Bodoland and unexplored land. I hope everybody will enjoy the unexplored place. And my PPT will be presented by my assistant, Mr. Ranjan Borua. He will present you the PPT. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, Khulumbai, everyone. Already our Honorable EM sir has mentioned about the bit here. I'm just going to show you a few slides that will give you more ideas about the potential and spot places, national parks, and all other adventurous places that we have. So I would like to just begin with our presentation here. So just to give you an idea, this bit here consists of 5 districts in Assam. That includes Kokrajhar, Chirang, Baksa, Tamulpur, and Udalguri. So you can just see the map shows these 5 districts. And the base part, if you can see towards the north, it's very well connected to Bhutan, all connected to the international boundary of Bhutan. So coming to the first district, that's Kokrajhar, where even the administrative headquarters is also based. Lots of tourist destination. One of the youngest national park of Assam, the 7th, and second in Bitiar, that's Raimana National Park. Then we have Chakrasila Wildlife Sanctuary. That includes 2 good, very exciting water bodies, Dhir Bill and Diplai Bill. We have Ultapani Reserve Forest. Bogribari, you might be knowing, many of you might have heard for the famous temple, Mahamaya Dham and Mahamaya Snan Ghat. Key attraction includes, of course, the activities related to wildlife, birding, camping and jungle trekking, adventure sports, lots of cultural activities, religious dams, and we have festivals. One of the noted festivals is Baukungri Festival. And if you see, the special attraction is butterflies in Ultapani. Recently, a study has been done where more than 180 species of butterfly have been recorded. A very scientific study was carried out this month only. So this is just a map giving an idea about the youngest and 7th national park of Assam and second in Bitiar, that's Raimana National Park. So interesting like ranges and sightings around Raimana National Park. It's rich fauna, flora. Like you can see golden langur, Asian elephants, barking and spotted deers. More than 168 species, 4 species of hornbills, more than 150 species of butterflies. When it comes to flora, 11 rare and 7 endangered orchids, 239 species of plants, of which covers more than 73 are trees, 5 dominate trees including sal trees, oxy, etc. So these are hornbill, as you can see, pied hornbill, great hornbill, then rufous-necked hornbill, Asian elephant, spotted deer, butterflies at Ultapani and adjoining areas. This is a picture. If you have a look, the other side is Bhutan side. It's a place called Pepsu, where the pictures shows spotted deers. The best part is Raimana National Park shares boundary towards the north is, of course, the other country, Bhutan. So we have places of stay and accommodations. Then when it comes to Sakrasila, another very interesting place where lots of activities like adventure sports, trekking, night camping, cycling, nature trail, including paragliding activities are being held. We have Baukungri Festival that's held sometime in the month of April. This is a water body called Diplai, which is inside in the area of Sakrasila Wildlife Sanctuary. These are some picture of trekking and also night activities, and the best part is that now after the peace in the region, things are very easy. Earlier people had some negativity towards the region, whether these kind of things are possible or not. But the recent activities, like in last 1 year and 1.5 years, we have seen people from across state and other parts are coming and carrying different adventurous activities in Sakrasila Wildlife Sanctuary. So this you can see paragliding activity, and one interesting thing is that training of paragliding pilots are also being held. It's not only that someone can come and take part, at the same time all those willing to take training, that things are also arranged in this area. So these are a few pictures from Baukungri Festival. A very traditional festival. Now it's very well organized. We have accommodations. Then Chirang district, which is adjacent to Kokrajhar. Tourist destination includes Manas National Park that have Panbari and Kuklung Range, Kalamati area, Ai River bank. Key attraction includes wildlife and birding, scenic beauty, rural tourism, related to agriculture and horticulture. We have festivals in and around this Ai River bank. When it comes to Baksa district, we have Manas National Park, and you are all aware of that. This is one of the World Natural Heritage Site. Key attraction includes wildlife and birding, jungle safaris, adventure sports like rafting. Then we have community tourism. Manas National Park, one of the World Natural Heritage Site declared by UNESCO, also a national park, a tiger reserve, also a biosphere reserve, elephant reserve, and it's also important bird area. So that gives every one of us an idea how rich the biodiversity of Manas National Park. It's very well connected when it comes to connectivity. If you look at the airport, Guwahati Airport is 160 kilometers away from Manas National Park. Then it's very well connected with railway network, and its road network connectivity with all 4 lanes is very easy. Roads are very good. So recently we had people coming from different parts. We had some bikers. They also came, visited the places nearby. So connectivity is not at an issue, because most of us, we might have some confusion that there might be rich biodiversity, but how do you connect? But as it shows, the connectivity is very well connectivity, whether it's road whether it's air or railway network. Sightings at Manas National Park. If you look at fauna, habitat of nearly 22 most threatened species. It's, as mentioned already, it's important bird area. 475 species of birds, of which 26 are globally threatened. Rare and highly endangered species like pygmy hawk, his-spit hare, Chinese pangolin, etc. When it comes to flora, 15 species of orchids, 622 species of plants, and you can see this Bengal florican, one of the most endangered species. As already said, the important bird area, so you can see few pictures of few birds, Indian ruler, greater cockle, emerald dove. These are all sighted in Manas National Park. Capped langur, blue-throated barbet. The big five of Manas National Park is, of course, Asian elephant, then Royal Bengal tiger, one-horned rhino. Is there anyone here from outside Northeast who have visited Manas National Park before? Anyone from outside Northeast who are participating here and visited Manas National Park before? No one. Anyone wants to visit? How many? 1, 2, 3, 4. So we'll have a special prize for you, don't worry, if you come. Anyways, most welcome. It's a very, like, things have changed. It's not what was there a few years back. And water buffalo, bison, no issue of staying, accommodation, rural tourism, community tourism, lovely people, culture, food, everything is included. So we can assure from the Bodoland tourism side that you will have a very nice stay, exploring mind, and of course value for money. Present activities includes elephant safari, jeep safaris, river rafting, bird watching, cycling. Then we have village trail, cultural shows, tea garden visit. We have, as mentioned, rural tourism. Things are all coming up. People are taking initiative. Communities taking part. So it's a very positive sign for entire tourism industry. Accommodations, we have homestays, lodges, hotels, all these things are available. So there is not any issue of new MOU has been signed and new big projects are coming up near the Manas National Park. This is one place. Have you heard of this place before, Bogamati? Anyone heard this place? Anyone, have you heard of this place called Bogamati? No one? Okay. No one, you have not heard, anyways, no issue. So it's like famous for white water river rafting, same thing, the experience that someone gets in Rishikesh can also get it here. Not very far from Guwahati, well connected. It's green take and adventurous thing, night camping. So this is one of the places for people who love adventurous activities. And when it comes to Dalguri district, we have tourist destination like Bonadi Wildlife Sanctuary. Already mentioned place Bogamati. Then there is place called Bhairabkunda. Key attraction includes wildlife, scenic beauty, adventure activities, man-made forest. Then we have festivals like Bhairabkunda Festival. So have you heard of this name called Bhairabkunda? Anyone? One person, two person. So two gentlemen who have heard the name of Bhairabkunda, I would request my colleague just to give a we are giving you a small, just a small gift as you have heard. So so two person, please give them two small memento from our side. So when you hear the talk nicely, you also get prize. So these present activities includes nature trail, trekking and adventure activities that includes bird watching, camping, rural tourism. You can also visit to Bhutan, it's very well connected, but for one day. Bhairabkunda Festival, already we have said, and then tree house and activities, this is in Udalguri district. These are a few activities, zip line, jungle trail, Then we have accommodation, no issue about accommodation. These are few places of accommodation. Have you heard of this name? Getsemane, anyone? So please give him one prize, the gentleman. Even our honorable CMs are also saying yesterday, no, carbon trading, carbon credit, green tourism. So this is one of the best example of green and responsible tourism. A place which was like a barren land 20 years back has been converted into a, if you visit this picture, if you see it today, and if anyone has seen this picture 20 years back, same place, there was a complete barren land. So one of the solid and classic example of green, sustainable, and also adding to that responsible tourism. So this is in Udalguri, and it's just near to Bhairabkunda. You can visit, and the best part is the same thing, when that place is well connected to Arunachal and also Bhutan. So you get not only the experience and feelings of Bodoland, at the same time you get connection with Arunachal and you get connection with Bhutan. So this is the man-made forest. So if it comes to takeaway, what you will be getting, we have two wildlife, we have two national parks already mentioned. That one includes Wall National Heritage Site, cultural tourism, rural tourism, lots of adventurous activities. And another interesting is that, as mentioned, Indo-Bhutan day trip for Indians. So these are some circuit which our friends from the tour operators, they can add on this thing, they can have a look at the circuit that is connected. So we have just mentioned about 3 circuits, and a lot of things can be customized according to the need of the people who want to travel and explore. So last but not least, I'd request, please do visit, do come and explore this region. Few years back, people having a lot of negativity, and now after peace coming to the region, things have all changed in a very positive direction. Our respected executive member of tourism is he himself, he is present here. The dynamic leadership of both EM and CM has taken it a good shape. So we are looking forward to host you in our region. Please feel free. We have not shown the picture of some food, because that is in kind of a question mark, so that when you visit us, you get beautiful food to eat. That is something in 2 question mark. Please do visit. Very interesting, like lots of cultural activities, cultural programs, and you would love the taste of the ethnic foods. So thank you very much for your patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was an informative and a great presentation indeed. And yes, moving on to our next presentation, this will be from Meghalaya. May I call upon Sir Philip F. Tariang, Assistant Director, Government of Meghalaya Tourism Department.
A very good morning to everyone. I bring greetings to all of you from the beautiful state of Meghalaya, and also to the people present here on the dais. Good morning once again. I have a very short presentation. I'll just probably dwell on the most important part of the presentation, since I have a video as well, a very short video after this. So probably you'll get a feel of the entire state in these 2 presentations. For me, being here in Mizoram at the 10th International Tourism Mart is very, very special, because I have, right from the start, about 12 years back, when ITM was started in Guwahati first, since then I have attended all the ITMs regularly. I have not missed a single one. Probably, thank you for that. And maybe I deserve a medal from ministry as well, if they can just take a note of that. So here it goes. Meghalaya, like most of you would know, is one of the most picturesque and beautiful states in the northeast. And about Meghalaya, of course, most of you, especially the stakeholders, the tour operators who are involved in the industry, would know a lot about the place, about the people and all that, since you have done a lot of business with us as well. So most of these data probably would be available at your fingertips. But in spite of that, I'll just run through it quickly so that you get an idea of what the state is all about. Of course, you would know that 80% of our geographic area is in forest land, one of the highest in India, the fourth highest in fact. And it is home to a lot of rich culture, traditional handicrafts, music, food. And apart from that, of course, you'd know that one of the villages known as Kongtong was included in the UNWTO listing of the best tourism village. It's a whistling village, very, very well known. So probably if you ever visit Meghalaya, you should put this in your itinerary as well to visit. And apart from that, of course, we have various festivals, like I mentioned. And these festivals have grown tremendously in these past few years. And I would like to especially thank the ministry who have consistently supported us in these festivals, both in terms of the time they've given, in terms of financial assistance they've given. And that has made it possible for these festivals to grow throughout these years. And of course, our tourist attractions, like I mentioned, most of you would know, we are very much into adventure tourism. We organized the Nagaland Age Festival in 2020, just before the pandemic started. In fact, it hit us very bad. But we were able to organize this festival in a very, very big way. And since the pandemic hit us, like I said, it put a stop to all our activities and similarly throughout the world. But we are so happy and so glad that it's opened up again, that we are able to organize and accept people again to our state. And apart from that, like you would know that Meghalaya also is known for caving. In fact, our caves have been listed as one of the heritage sites in terms of the Meghalayan age that we live in now, which was discovered in a cave in Sora, Cherrapunji. So even as we speak now, our stakeholders who are involved in the caving industry are preparing to organize a caving week and a conference in coming December. So if you are, by chance, by that time, if you are in Meghalaya, you can participate in that. A conference will be there. Apart from that, there will be caving expeditions as well. And of course, we can talk about scuba diving. When we talk about scuba diving, we talk about river scuba diving, which is in the Umngot River, one of the cleanest and most crystal clear rivers in Meghalaya. I think the Prime Minister had also tweeted about this particular river. You can enjoy that here. And of course, apart from that are the living root bridges, which we are currently working on putting the list in the UNESCO Heritage Site. We are working on the document, the dossier, with all the details. We'll be submitting this so that this particular living root bridge, which is a heritage of the people of Meghalaya, will be included in that list. So like this, we have a lot of these living bridges throughout the state. And if any of you want to experience this, you are most welcome. We'll be able to guide you through these entire experience. And of course, the waterfalls, which are well known. And then wildlife tourism, we have the national park, like Nokrek National Park, Balpakram. A master plan for all these have been prepared by the state government. We are hoping that these master plan will come through and, even as we have the facilities around there, the facilities that we have now will be further improved. And of course, the Kongtong village, which I mentioned, and of course, with the support of Ministry, Government of India, we've been able to create some wonderful infrastructure around the state to welcome the guests. And of course, we are also working on the Meghalaya Eco-Tourism Infrastructure Development Project, which is a 750 crore EAP, externally aided project, whereby we will be develop promotion of rural tourism, accommodation units in about 19 iconic locations, including the Kongtong. Then we have the Shillong ropeway project, which is coming up. Then, of course, the iconic projects in places like Tura, Shillong, Sora, Cherrapunji, and Mauplang area, which has the sacred grove. And of course, these are the representation of what we have done so far and what the upcoming projects are all about, like Maulandep, accommodation units, the 100 Waterfalls Camp, which has been inaugurated recently, and of course the Maulandep, the Convention Center in Tura, Shillong Integrated Hospitality, Tura Convention Center, and all these projects are upcoming projects that we are looking forward to. And of course, we are heavily into homestays. We are trying to set up a lot of accommodation units to fill the gap in terms of accommodation by promoting homestays. We have some of very important homestays which have been listed in various sites. They've been rated highly, especially in sites like Airbnb. We are supporting these homestays through financial assistance. In fact, we started the homestay assistance way back in 2012 with just 30% assistance in the form of subsidy. But last year in December, we had a tie-up with PMEGP and we increased this to about 70%. So we give assistance of up to 70% for setting up of homestays. And we launched it in 2012 again. 2012, the first one. Last year we had a revised rate. We launched it again in last year, and till now we have been able to get about 700 to 800 applications so far, and we have been able to sanction about close to 150, 200 so far. So we are really looking forward to this. And apart from this, of course, we are also launched the Meghalaya luxury tourism vehicle scheme, where we give up to 50% subsidy for vehicle, whereby we give training as well as a GPS-enabled vehicle. The drivers will be trained with proper uniform, so they'll be kind of a guide also to the tourists. They'll be the first point of contact for tourists when they come to Meghalaya. So this is a scheme we have just launched as well, in association with the Meghalaya Rural Bank, where with minimal documents you can apply the scheme. And of course, Meghalaya Grassroots Music Project, we had launched this year itself, very, very successful, where every month and every week we have music programs throughout the state in various locations. It might be in tourist destinations, in local cafes, in restaurants and all that. So whenever you're in Shillong, at least you have some activity to go through. And of course, this is a dedicated website where we have a dedicated social media team, where we have detailed information. And in case you have any suggestions for us in this, we are most welcome. You can drop us a mail. Our mail is listed in the website. We'll try and improve this website for the guests visiting our state. We have a Meghalaya Tourism app also for resources. We are trying to improve that. It has a lot of resources. And of course, we have a video production team as well, which helps us in our video production. And of course, a 12-hour helpline in 6 languages. It's a WhatsApp-based helpline as of now. We are we are working towards making this a 24/7 helpline. And of course, we cannot forget about Cherry Blossom Festival, which has grown tremendously through the past years. And this year too, we are having in a big way. We are having a huge lineup of international artists from across the world, from India, and of course from the Northeast as well. So if you have booked your tickets back home, I guess you change it and book your tickets to Shillong, because it's starting on Monday, right? So you can join us there immediately after this festival. And of course, upcoming property, we have just launched the Vivanta Hotel recently, about hardly a month back, where about 101 accommodation rooms have been added. And it's a beautiful property right in the heart of Shillong. And also, we are targeting to launch another hotel, a Marriott hotel, sometime in the coming December. So hope we meet that target. So once we launch this, we'll have a lot of infrastructure in place for our state as well. So thank you for that time given to me. And we have a very short video, so probably you'll like that as well. Thank you.
Such a great presentation. Thank you, sir, so much for the presentation. And yes, there's an announcement that there will be no tea break as we are running out of time. So tea is available at the back, so you may grab the tea anytime. And an invitation card for tonight's culture program is put in the folder in each and every of your seats. So I may request you to bring this invitation card to Raj Bhavan for the culture evening. I hope you see that. Yes, finally, Madam Manisha Saxena has arrived, and she was late because she went to the helipad to see of the Union Minister, and I may straight away call her for the presentation from Mizoram.
Good morning, everyone. You've had the presentations about all the states. You've been seeing the beautiful Northeast this morning. And I would like to begin by playing some videos. So I would request for the videos to be played first.
Mystical Mizoram, a paradise for everyone. Is this not what your heart truly desires? A bliss of nature, serenity, and adventure. A land of rolling hills, rivers, and lakes. Flow like the river and soar among the clouds. This is my land, my home, Mizoram. Mizoram.
Are you looking for an adventure in the East? Mizoram is an exceptional display of nature. It is such an astonishing sight to behold. For a unique and mind-blowing experience, explore the magnificent beauty of Champai. That is the only way to truly understand the magic of its beauty. See it, explore it, experience it. This is Champai, mystical Mizoram, a true paradise for travelers.
A castle by a river, a breathtaking stone wall. And magic is happening right in front of your eyes. Picturesque landscape for a chilling experience. There is not a single reason to say no to this beauty once in a lifetime. Go for it. And if you wish to repeat it again, it's a blessing. Chim tui pui lung moi, a unique getaway for you.
So that was a glimpse of our beautiful state. Different parts have different landscapes, and the landscape is beautiful wherever you go. I would begin my presentation now so that I can bring Mizoram to your knowledge. We are mystical Mizoram, a paradise for everyone. And why are we mystical? We are mystical because we have the highest forest cover in India, with 84.53% of geographic area covered by forests. We are the best green state as adjudged by the Travel and Leisure magazine. We are the second most literate state in India, and still we have a very unique set of values and culture which is intrinsic to our daily life, and it is something that needs to be experienced when you are here in Aizawl or all over Mizoram. Mizoram is rich in flora and fauna with 253 species of orchids and 300 species of medicinal plants, and it has been adjudged the happiest state in India by the Management Development Institute, Gurugram, in 2020. And Aizawl, amongst all the cities in the country, has the best air quality amongst 132 cities. And for those of you who are coming from Delhi, I know you would understand what a blessing that is. So the legend says that the Mizos emerged from under a large covering rock known as Chinlung in East Asia. And what Mizos fostered in life since time immemorial based on principles of cooperation. And this is a very, very close-knit committee which gives due importance to its social commitments and responsibilities. In everyday life also in Mizoram, the community is the most important thing, and everything else is after the community's needs. Tlomgaina is altruism, that is the Mizo code of conduct, and everyone shows hospitality, kindness, and they are helpful to one another. It stands for, in a way, selfless service for everyone else. And love and caring and sharing is a way of life. So that is all these things together, along with the beautiful arts and crafts, the beautiful weaving techniques, which you will see today outside in the courtyard, they are what make Mizoram mystical Mizoram, and that is why it is a paradise for everyone. Mizoram is very well accessible. We have air connectivity, daily services from Delhi, Kolkata, Guwahati and Imphal. Rail connectivity is up to Bairabi, which is about 2 hours from Aizawl, 3 hours. And we will be having rail connectivity up to Aizawl by 2023 December. The road networks from Guwahati, Shillong, Silchar through the National Highway. And under the Look East policy, the state is being linked with the neighboring countries for enhancing the goods exchange. So if the Colladine multimodal project, which is complete on India side, if it gets completed on the other side, Mizoram will become the gateway to the Northeast. We will be the first state instead of being at the far end of the Northeast region. We are modern and accessible. English is spoken and understood, and other languages also can be spoken. Hindi is being spoken more and more. And the best thing about Mizos are that they are very simple, honest and contented people, and that is the best foundation for tourism in this state. Mizoram can be visited for adventure and eco-adventure tourism, wildlife, nature-based and cultural and heritage tourism. We have music in our blood. 70% of the Mizos can qualify as professional singers, and the other 30% aren't too bad either. And you would have seen in the cultural program yesterday what a storehouse of talent we all are. Then sports, again, is a big pull factor for tourism. Football is like a religion. We have the football season in full swing, and you will see matches happening everywhere. Fashion, again, you have seen the fashion show yesterday. We have many designers, and they are all, they have been very sought after at all the fashion shows across the world. We have a golf resort in Aizawl, which is about 3 hours from Aizawl. Wellness tourism, religious tourism, voluntarism are other things which are very much a part of the society. And village-based ecotourism is something that we are now developing. We have identified almost a handful of villages which we are going to develop as agri-tourism destinations, and this is going to be with the local communities initiative itself. In fact, on the World Tourism Day, we had organized a Mizoram tourism startup competition, and the first prize winner is a village called Samtlang, who have put together a plan for people to visit their village and stay in the traditional bamboo huts and do fruit picking from their orchards. So once it is ready, it will be a huge experiential tourism activity, which we would be looking forward to showcase. Then the Aizawl Convention Center, for which the foundation stone was laid by the Union Minister for Tourism and Honorable CM Mizoram, will be ready in a very short span of time. And under the religious tourism scheme of Prashad also, pilgrim amenities are being developed at almost 6 to 7 places. So this circuit will be a very good circuit, not only for MICE, but also for religious tourism. I don't know if you've been able to visit the food festival that is going on in the AR grounds. If you haven't, I strongly urge you to go to this food festival and the exhibition, and you will see what a wide array of national and international cuisine is available in Aizawl. So food tourism is one more thing that we intend to showcase, and we have a lot of young entrepreneurs who are coming up with very, very creative ideas about food particularly, and I think this will catch on in the near future. Adventure and eco-adventure, we have ideal places for rafting, trekking, hiking, outdoor camping, caving, rock climbing, paragliding, rappelling, mountain biking and cycling. And for all the people who are here from the stakeholders, we would request you to help us develop these facilities up to international standards, because this can be where we can showcase that the Northeastern region is not behind anyone in any activity which can be found abroad. Nature-based, we have a wide variety of biodiversity, so bird watching, nature photography, stargazing, camping, hiking, fishing and forest bathing, etc. are activities that are there at every nook and corner of the state. Just last week we had a fishing festival at a place called Sialsuk, which is about an hour's drive from the city of Aizawl. And it was a catch and carry sort of an activity, and it was very well received. We plan to have this again on a regular basis at least 5 locations in the state. And forest bathing and fishing and hiking and stargazing especially you can do even in Aizawl with the unpolluted air that we have here. Culture and heritage, you would have read about the menhirs of Wangchia. Then there are other spots like Lianpui, Chongklai, Moalcheng. Our culture is something we have with us all the time. It's a way of life. All Mizo children learn our traditional dances, they learn the songs, and you will not believe it, but recently we participated in the World Travel Mart London, and we could find our Mizo artists there to represent us even in London. So everywhere our Mizo diaspora carries with it their culture and their values and traditions. These things are something that are very, very unique to Mizoram, and they need to be experienced, and it gives a sense of exhilaration to experience these things. What you see here is a picture of a shop without shopkeepers. So the goods are displayed, the prices are there, and people just pick up, put the price in the little box that is kept there. So that is the level of trust and honesty here. Sports tourism is an activity which can really, be the pull factor for Mizoram. And football tourism, merchandise, football matches are anyway quite a big thing there. I'm happy to inform that recently a scheme for integrated development of sports and tourism has been approved by the Ministry of Finance for external funding, and we hope to develop at least 2 or 3 big event facilities here with all the necessary infrastructure. And we will be using it not just to identify and nurture the sporting talent, but also as a huge pull factor, because Mizoram has the ideal climate for hosting big ticket events. It has the right kind of connectivity as well. And this is the one activity which we intend to concentrate on during the next 4 to 5 years. I just talked about the Aizawl golf course. It is an 18-hole golf course with 72 acres of greens and 30 eco-log huts. It has an attached wellness center which has another 8 eco-log huts. It is a very beautiful piece of infrastructure built under the Swadesh Darshan scheme of Government of India. It was sanctioned in 2015 and it was inaugurated in 2020. And I am very proud of this one because this is my second tenure as Secretary Tourism Mizoram, and this was one project which we got sanctioned when I was Secretary Tourism in my last tenure. So this is very close to my heart. It's almost like my baby. We have some golf tournaments coming up and we hope to showcase this more and more. The wellness tourism, the wellness spa which is next to the golf course, you would see the pictures. It's a very attractive piece, and those of you who will be joining us on the farm tour will be visiting this resort. There are many sights and sounds which are of interest in Mizoram. We have many waterfalls, lakes, caves. We have a lot of weekend getaways around Aizawl. Camping and tenting, we have been doing regularly at the Rake Adventure Resort, which you will be visiting tomorrow as part of the technical visit. And with a unpolluted environment and the natural beauty, it only gets better with every season. Mizoram tourism has taken a lot of very serious steps for responsible and sustainable tourism. We have adopted the responsible tourism policy. We have also have a pilot responsible tourism initiative coming up at Khamrang. It is under development right now. And as part of responsible tourism and sustainable tourism, we are diversifying into agri-tourism, and climate resilient features are inbuilt in all our tourism development projects. Climate adoption measures like use of renewable energy, rainwater harvesting, minimum use of water, these things are built up because we are a hill state and water is a precious commodity. So we would like to follow the Slovenia model of having a grading system for green tourism and have all the climate resilient features in our projects, whether they are government sponsored projects or private projects. What we need in Mizoram is a star-rated hotel, because even though you would have seen that our hotels are there, but the presence of a brand, a reputed known brand, builds as a trust factor, and this is something we would like to do as early as possible, and I hope that in the investment session today, we would be able to make some breakthrough in this regard. We also need ropeways, a skywalk and amusement parks to diversify the activities that a tourist can have. We are open for investment in the PPP mode, and any suggestions in this regard are very welcome. In fact, we would want to tie up with the stakeholders and private partners for development of camping facilities, for paragliding, for all other forms of adventure sports, so that we do it in the most sustainable manner and with the best international safety features standards. So these are the rules. This is the legal framework. We have extensive SOPs and guidelines for every activity under tourism. Our Yuva tourism clubs were in action yesterday. All the volunteers, ushers, liaison officers, and other youngsters that you are seeing helping out are all Yuva Tourism Club members. There are about 200 students who are helping us organize this International Tourism Mart. And you will be happy to know that there were 800 people who turned up for the training, 800 members of the Yuva Tourism Clubs, and then we had to select 200 out of them for this event. So these are our ambassadors, they are our young ambassadors, and we hope that they will fulfill the vision of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi for student ambassadors, as he has been mentioning in his speeches. So we have a whole lot of activities lined up to involve the community, the private sector in a big way. So in the Yuva Tourism Clubs, we have had training and awareness of tourism. We had a quiz competition on World Tourism Day, which was telecast live across Mizoram. We had a poster making competition, souvenir making competition, a mobile photography competition and fashion shows. And you will see the glimpses of it in the Yuva Tourism stall outside in the courtyard. We plan to have workshops on entrepreneurship. We want to have villages adopted by colleges, and we need to familiarize them with the Swachh Bharat campaign and take it up in a big way in all our tourism destinations. So we have 72 hotels with 608 rooms. We have 13 private homestays, and more homestays are coming up very soon. We have 77 government-sponsored homestays. These are mostly in south of Mizoram. We have 8 tour operators, but we are trying to have more. 41 travel agents and 93 state-level certified tour guides. In fact, some of the tour guides are also involved as liaison officers and at the hotel accommodation as volunteers. So you would be interacting with them also on a regular basis during your stay in Aizawl for the ITM. We have 69 government tourist lodges, 42 of which are right now under the government and 27 are outsourced. We intend to outsource more tourist lodges, and that also will be up for investment by private partners. We are at a very nascent stage in tourism development. We may not have the entire infrastructure ready, but we have the intention, and we hope that the synergies we develop today in this conference will help us in overcoming these constraints of quantity and quality of human resources, lack of supporting facilities, and lack of tourism awareness, and absence of educational and research activities. I'm happy to announce that we are tying up with Mizoram University to be our academic partner for human resource development, and we hope that very soon with them we will be able to launch a program for training of tour guides for Aizawl and Thenzawl. And in that, we hope to have support from a lot of partners who are there today. If you see the tourist arrivals, mostly it is for sightseeing and business and adventure and outdoor activities. A lot of it is also religious. We hit our maximum tourist footfall in 2019-20, and which was actually 1,61,000, and which is almost 14% of the total population of Mizoram. But after that, during the pandemic, Mizoram was in the strictest lockdown, which opened only this year on 23rd of February. So now we are looking at the tourist footfall revival, and I hope that the revival will be sure and swift. We have had a lot of activities on wheels. Today, this morning, we flagged off the Tour de Moifang cycling competition, which will cover a distance of 53 kilometers. We have a mountain biking trail. We have a heritage walk from Aizawl to Lungleng, which is 23 kilometers. That can also be done on cycles. We were a very important part of the Northeast on Wheels initiative in April this year. And cycling can be one activity which can really be promoted here. And you would have seen the roads of Aizawl. I think we are in for a SUV car rally also. So I hope that somewhere we will also be able to organize that. These are our social media and IT platforms. We have a very constant presence on all the social media platforms, and we have had online promotional campaigns in the past. Right now, we are doing awareness campaigns with student unions within Mizoram so that the community is also ready to welcome tourists in a big way. And we are not such a resource-rich state, so our campaigns have to be cost-effective with maximum reach, and that is how we have been planning them so far. These are the constraints. Mizoram is an absolutely peaceful state. Perhaps it's one of the most peaceful states in India today. But still there is a perception about security threats which I would like to dispel today. You are all here and you would see that it is an absolutely safe place. Air services are increasing, but we could do with more. We have a connectivity problem in terms of internet outside Aizawl, but recently BharatNet services are being now initiated. It has been sanctioned and we hope to see an improvement there. There is a low budgetary provision, lack of infrastructure, low level of marketing and publicity, and a lack of tourist amenities in the far-off areas. But we are trying to overcome all of these. You know that Honorable Union Minister for Tourism announced yesterday that 9 viewpoints are being constructed along the national highways. These viewpoints will serve as wayside amenities, souvenir shops and restaurants along the way on long journeys. And another 22 are in the pipeline for sanction. So we hope that with these many wayside amenities, it will be easier for everyone to travel across the length and breadth of Mizoram. And I assure you, every drive is a delight. I have just come back from the Aizawl helipad, where I had gone to see off the Honorable Union Minister for Tourism. And the whole hill towards that side is covered with yellow flowers. It reminded me of William Wordsworth's poem about daffodils. And you know, it is every day in Aizawl. I've been here for the last 6 months. I've been here 7 years ago, also for 2 years. And every single day you see something new that fills your heart with joy. Our way forward, we are taking responsible tourism initiatives. As I told you, pilot villages for agri-tourism. We are doing our promotion of our USPs, nature-based adventure and culture tourism. We are developing ecotourism villages, and we want to promote the state as a quiet travel destination after COVID-19. You can come here, you can choose what you want to do and find your own paradise. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was a wonderful presentation. And yes, moving on to our next presentation. This will be from the state of Nagaland. May I call upon Sri Yangfuthong Kikon, Joint Secretary, Department of Tourism, Nagaland.
Very good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. With due respect to the dignitaries, officials and participants from the various states and ministries, I would like to convey the warmest of greetings to you all from the state of Nagaland, called as the land of festivals. I would like to begin with a brief introduction about my state. Nagaland is a mountainous state in the northeast India and is home to 18 indigenous tribes, with each having its own unique culture, traditions and festivals. Nagaland is blessed with beautiful natural landscapes, the ever-beckoning mountains and the alluring valleys, forests and rivers, and the welcoming sight of the people will always be a traveler's delight. Strategically located between Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Manipur and Myanmar, Nagaland has the prospect to play a vital role in global economy, as it can act as a corridor between the Indian subcontinent and Southeast Asia. If at some point in time this economic corridor becomes a reality, it will definitely change the economic dynamics of Nagaland as well as the whole country, be it in trade, commerce or tourism. Interestingly, along the Indo-Myanmar boundary in Nagaland, there exists a system or a policy called the free movement regime, where citizens from both sides of the border can venture 16 kilometers on either side without any visa or permit. Another interesting feature is there is a village called Longwa in Mon district of Nagaland, where half of the village lies in Myanmar and the other half in Nagaland, India. Before the Britishers came to the Naga Hills, the Nagas lived alienated from the rest of the world, content with their simple way of life, where each village was a separate entity having a very unique system of governance akin to a democratic setup. Nevertheless, festivals, cultures, and traditions were always a part of the Naga way of life, which has been preserved and passed on from generations to generations till today. The Battle of Kohima during the Second World War changed the course of history for the Nagas. For the first time, the attention of the world was drawn towards the Nagas, and Nagas too became aware or exposed to the outside world, never ever imagining that we had become a part of the history of World War II. The unique culture and tradition of the Nagas have become our identity and has caught the attention of the outside world. To encourage these, the state government has conceptualized the Hornbill and the mini Hornbill festivals. Even now, as I speak, hectic preparation is going on for the celebration of the Hornbill Festival. We are going to have the 23rd edition of the Hornbill Festival, which will commence from 1st of December to the 10th. In Nagaland, festivities are going on throughout the year. Festivals are celebrated throughout the year in different parts of the state. Our state is optimistic that the tourism industry in Nagaland is headed in the right perspective, and we look forward to the continued support, guidance, and encouragement of the Ministry of Tourism, the Honor Ministry, and the NEC. With this, I would like to present a short video with a brief overview of Nagaland in tourism perspective. Thank you.
Voted Britain's greatest battle, the Battle of Kohima first brought the attention of the world to Nagaland. Today, this memorial site, nestled in the heart of Kohima, attracts the highest number of visitors to the state. Nagas are an oral culture with no written history. They rely on a rich body of oral knowledge on traditional and cultural practices displayed in every aspect of life as individuals and members of closely knit communities. It is through myriad social practices that the rich heritage of Naga culture has been preserved and handed down the generations. The Kamlungans, for instance, keep a day aside to clear all paths and roads leading to their june fields. Nagas are agriculturists and practice both june and terrace cultivation. All other activities, including festivals, are centered around agricultural activities and in accordance with seasons. It is always a good time to visit Nagaland. The climate is pleasant throughout the year and each season offers its advantages. For those in search of hiking and trekking experiences in green, lush forests and mountains, the hills of Nagaland offer an ideal destination. %80 of Nagaland's forest cover is private or community owned, and local customary laws play an essential role in community conserved areas. Overlooking Nsonji Lake is a Centennial Community Biodiversity and Wildlife Reserve, a community-donated land that has been actively restoring biodiversity for 2 decades. A trail is made accessible for hiking and trekking enthusiasts. For the brave-hearted, extreme sports such as 4x4 off-roading is also an option. For those interested in witnessing local games, traditional events are held by different tribes throughout the year. During such events, you can witness some indigenous games like go-karting, bamboo stilt race, and Naga wrestling. Nagaland has much to offer for eco-tourists. Whether it is to enjoy undisturbed, unpolluted natural areas or travel to enjoy diversity of natural life in human culture, or seek solitude with nature, or even look to nature for recreational opportunities, different corners in Nagaland has tourist lodges and homestays to welcome you home. Those fascinated by caves will find in the dense forests of Noklak district a natural cave hidden by the villagers from the world for generations, a habitat for bats. Another bat habitat is the Salomi cave in Kifri district. Traditionally, Nagas have been hunters. Dense forests, once teeming with wild animals, fell prey to excessive hunting. Yet, Nagas also believe in the principles of conserving flora and fauna. Many communities spread across villages have taken on various initiatives of wildlife conservation by imposing bans on burning of jungles, extracting wild plants, hunting and fishing. Springs, rivers and water bodies are being revived to allow nature to heal and rejuvenate. The months between October and May are considered to be the best time to tour Nagaland. During October, visitors can witness rock bee harvesting in the eastern parts of Nagaland. Collection of honey is a traditional occupation, harvested with traditional knowledge. These methods have also been transferred from one generation to another and reflects knowledge systems that help conserve the biodiversity of bees and local ecosystem. The land of Nagaland is considered one of the youngest soils in the world. Some targeted organic produce from the state include varieties of pulses, the Naga King chili, tree tomato, and other local and self-sustaining products with high medicinal properties. Another self-sustaining activity which exemplifies the value of local and handmade is weaving. The textile market is entirely dependent on one of the oldest methods of weaving cloth, the backstrap loom. Naga textiles reveal the identity, status, tribe, village, and clan of the wearer. Handmade extends to other art and craft activities such as basketry, pottery, blacksmithery. Artistic activities carrying Naga culture and traditions, celebrating the value of gifted hands. The ultimate celebration of all that is Nagaland can be experienced during Hornbill Festival, the festival of festivals, held annually from December 1 to 10. All tribes of Nagaland gather at Naga Heritage Village at Kisama to exhibit the richness of their cultures and traditions. A show stealer during this festival is the Hornbill Music Festival, which alone has drawn the interest of close to 1 million people over the last 2 decades. Come, be a part of our festival. Come home to Nagaland, the land of festivals.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful and interesting presentation. Yes, moving on to our next presentation. This will be from the state of Sikkim, Mrs. Karmadi Yotso, Special Secretary, Tourism and Civil Aviation Department.
Namaskar and good morning to everybody. So without wasting any time, I would like to go to my presentation straight away. So this is the basic information of Sikkim. If you see, the area is, we are just very small in area, 7096 square kilometers, which is just 0.2% of the geographical area of the entire country. So we have 6 districts. Basically, we had only 4 till very recently, and we have made it into 6 only this year. Then these are the entry formalities to visit Sikkim. As you all know, the restricted area permit and the protected area permit, and it is very easy to get. We have our offices in Kolkata, Delhi, and even in the checkposts when you enter Sikkim from West Bengal and other parts. So how to reach Sikkim? We have the nearest railway line, which is in NJP, West Bengal, and we have our own greenfield airport. This is the only greenfield airport in the country, and it was the 100th airport which was inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister in 2018. And by road, it is connected by the national highway, and we also have heli service from Bagdogra in West Bengal to Gangtok. Now, mostly we are dwelling on the strengths. My presentation is mostly based on the strengths that we have, the biodiversity, the Buddhist pilgrimage. We have a very rich heritage of Buddhist pilgrimage, rural tourism. This in detail, maybe we'll talk a little more in detail in the next session under sustainable tourism. Then we have adventure and our rich culture and heritage. So biodiversity, if you see, like I told you, 7096, but if you see the variation in altitude in that small area, ranging from 225 meters to 8,600 meters. So in that small land, the variation in altitude is so much. Because of that, we have the variation in climate and the vegetation. So we have ranging from temperate to alpine in that small area. So that is why Sikkim is known as one of the biodiversity hotspots. So this is our biodiversity chart. So you can see how the flowering plants, the rhododendrons, the medicinal plants, orchids. So recorded forest area, if you see, is 82.32% of the entire area of Sikkim is under forest area. So we have rich forests, and we are very proud to say that Sikkim is one of the very few states where our forest cover has grown by 5% in the last 10 years. Because of our afforestation programs and nature-based programs. So this is the Mount Kanchenjunga, which is the guardian deity, and this is one of our USPs. And this is when I talk about biodiversity, I come to the Kanchenjunga National Park. So this was inscribed as a World Heritage Site in 2016 under mixed heritage category. So this is under culture and nature. For Sikkim, for the country, it is the first. There are other inscriptions, but under this mixed category of culture and nature, so this is the first one. So in the Kanchenjunga National Park itself, there are so many tourism activities that you can you can do, nature-based activities again. So the total area of the park, if you see, is 849, almost 850 square kilometers. So out of 7096, we have that much in KNP itself. So KNP is spread over Zongri, that is in the western side of the state, and this is the base camp, and Chokha. This is all under KNP. These are, these are in pristine beauty. So nature, that's why we say the land where nature smiles. So in trekking, you have lots of opportunities for trekking in KNP area. We have the trekking trails. So you can see the trekking trails over there. Then those are first three are in western part of Sikkim, and the other are in North Sikkim, which is another very, very beautiful part of the state. So we are again very rich in flora, 5,500 species of flowering plants. So you can see the varieties of orchids we have and the rhododendrons. So fauna also we are quite rich, and here we have the red panda also, which is our state animal. And butterflies, 650 species are documented, and there are numerous others which are not documented as yet. Then avifauna, we have the blood pheasant, which is the state bird. Now the other USP of our state is the Buddhist pilgrimage. We are very rich in our Buddhist pilgrimage sites, because most of them are heritage sites. Besides the heritage sites, what we have done is the state government has constructed and developed other destinations as well. So let's look at what makes it so special, no? So it is the land, it is believed to be blessed by the Guru Padmasambhav himself. We call him Guru Rinpoche. So he is supposed to be a patron saint. Then we have the monasteries, holy caves, sacred hot springs. Not only sacred, they have medicinal values. Then we have the sacred lakes, and we have Buddhist festivals which are unique only to Sikkim. So these are the important monasteries. We have different sects of Buddhism being practiced. So like if you see, the Rumtek monastery is under Karma Kagyupa sect, and Pema Yangtze is Ningmangpa sect. So these are, Sera Gumpa is again the Sakyapa sect. So different monasteries. So these are all heritage monasteries. Most of them were built during the time of the Chogils, when Sikkim was an erstwhile kingdom before 1975. So major monasteries, Rumtek, Inche is very near to Gangtok. Rumtek is some kilometers, around 20-25 kilometers away from Gangtok. Pema Yangtze, right from the time of the Chogils, it's got a rich history and heritage. Tashiding as well, these are in the western part of Sikkim. Then Phodong, those are in, Phodong and Labrang are in North Sikkim. Dubdi is in west, Tholung is in north. So all these, again, these are all heritage properties, all built during the time of the Chogyal. Now this, when we come to the modern day world, again the government took steps to develop Buddhist tourism. So for that we have the statue of the Guru Padmasambhav. He is the Guru Rinpoche, our patron saint, that is located in the Namchi district, southern part of Sikkim, and 110 feet tall. So one of the largest statues of Guru Rinpoche. And another one is Buddha Park, which is also known as the Tathagata Sthal in Rabang. So this is a whole complex we have, where we have the research center as well. And it is not only very beautiful to look at, but there are many scriptures which you can see. Then we have the Cherezi Singhamrio Potola. Cherezi is supposed to be the form of Buddha of compassion. So the Lord of Compassion. Here the main highlight is, other than the statue, we have the skywalk, the glass skywalk. It is made out of glass, and you can see in the foreground that there is the skywalk over there. So you walk up and then you take a round of the skywalk. So mostly tourists throng this place for the statue as well as for the glass skywalk. It is a thrilling experience, no doubt. Then we have the Namgyal Institute of Tibetology. So this is also another heritage site, if I may call so, because that was also started during the time of the Chogyal. It has books on Buddhist and Tibetan studies, and it is a research center for all Buddhist scholars. So mostly foreigners come, foreign visitors, they come here for research. And to add to that attraction, 3-4 years ago, the government has started another Sowa Rigpa Institute of Tibetan Medicine. So in that institute, they teach Tibetan medicine. So there you have the Tibetan doctors the studies being carried out. Then we have the major sacred caves. So these are all sacred caves which are associated with lots of legends and folklore. So you can see the names for yourself. Then we have the hot springs. Mostly they are in the first one is in the southwestern part, the second is in southern part, and the rest are in the northern part of Sikkim. These hot springs, they also have sacred value. They have folklore associated with it, but the water has medicinal value as well, rich in sulfur. So people go mostly to cure some ailments over there. Then these are the sacred lakes of Sikkim. These are natural lakes, like the most famous, you must have heard, the Thongo Lake, which is very nearby Gangtok, and we have the Khecheperi, Gurudongmar, Cholamu. Now these are very sacred lakes, so we have, what the state has done is, they have, the pristine beauty has been preserved. No boating, no littering is allowed in these lakes. So Thongo Lake, Gurudongmar Lake, they are snow covered. Cholamu, they are snow covered during winter times, and all have their folklore and legends behind them. Now we have also the important Buddhist festivals. I've just put very few, only some over here, like the Panglapsul. That is unique to Sikkim. Nowhere is it celebrated. This is the time when we worship our guardian deity, the Mount Khanche. And we have the Phumchu festival, which is held in the Tashiding monastery. Here the devotees come from, not only from Sikkim, but from parts like, from countries like Bhutan, Nepal, Burma, and other Buddhist practicing countries. So we have these dances, which we call Cham, during the festivals. Now I come to rural tourism. I'll just touch upon it because we'll be taking up in the next session. So rural tourism, mostly, as you all know, Sikkim's tourism is based on nature. We believe in clean tourism, green tourism. So from the very beginning, we have been taking steps to conserve nature. So based on that, promotion of rural tourism has been our focus. So we have different homestays. So these are the homestays. Some of the homestays, I have shown you some pictures. Then if you see now, the homestays we have total, this is only registered, 1,141. There are numerous others which are not registered, but now we have passed one act very recently, which we have made it, under which we have made it mandatory for all homestays to register themselves. Then the rural tourism map of Sikkim. And in rural tourism, our most important thing is we have community participation. And we develop rural tourism in a cluster-based approach. Now, since we are blessed by nature, so adventure tourism is one strong sector for us. So we have trekking, mountaineering, paragliding, bird watching, mountain biking. So especially biking has really picked up in the last few years, mountain biking. And trekking also, like I told you, since we have a very rich biodiversity, and the KNP itself, the Kanchenjunga National Park itself, offers a wide range of trekking opportunities. So trekking is one area. Then these are the mountaineering expeditions which you can take. Paragliding is also picking up, which was not till few years ago, paragliding was not too popular in Sikkim. Now it's picking up rapidly. Mountain biking, then culture. Now culture, we have the three ethnic communities, Lepcha, Bhutia and the Nepali community, as well as we also have the business community. So we have unity in diversity. So these are the pictures and some popular destinations. This was created some years ago. It was 2011, it was inaugurated, Siddheshwar Dham, Char Dham, where all the 4 dhams are in one place and along with the Jyotirlingas. So this is in Namchi district. That is also a very popular tourist destination. And we have the Zuluk and Nathula Pass, which is in the Indo-China border. The Zuluk is the old silk trade route, which used to, the trade used to happen when Sikkim was a country with Tibet. And Tibet was also independent at that time. So that is the old silk route. So this is Zonggu, another part of North Sikkim that is untouched by anything, the nature in its pristine glory. This is the Timiti Garden where you get organic tea. And accommodation, you will not have any problem. We have a wide range of hotels, right from luxury to heritage to deluxe, anything to serve your purpose. From luxury to budget to homestays, from where you can get the majestic view of Mount Kanchenjunga. So these are some of the hotels. Mayfair Resort and Spa is one which is very popular. This is a high-end hotel. Norkil is a heritage hotel. So with that I come to the end of the presentation, and before I leave I would like to say one thing which was not in my presentation. We are the first and the only organic state in the entire world. So that is another USP. So I think that I will talk in sustainable development also. And my final words would be, though we joined the NEC Northeast Council late in in 2003, but among the lovely 7 sisters, we are the big brother, and we want to forge ahead and be the protector of our lovely 7 sisters. Thank you very much.
That was a great presentation indeed. Thank you, madam, so much. All right, yes. Sorry to announce that Manipur could not be able to have the presentation in this program. And yes, moving on to our last presentation. This is a presentation from the state of Tripura. Sri Tapan Kumar Das, TCS, SSG, Director, Department of Tourism.
respected dignitaries on the dais, respected delegates from all sectors, stakeholders. I am having a very small presentation here, followed by one small video clip, which will glimpse the activities of our Tripura tourism. I welcome presentation, please. Before starting the presentation, I welcome each and everybody in our state, in our pleasant and beautiful state, Tripura. Tripura is a very small and beautiful state, having only 10,491 square kilometers of land. What I was told, that Tripura is a very small state, having only 10,491 square kilometers, and it's having only 8 districts. The Tripura is a land of legend music director, musician S.D. Burman, R.D. Burman. That land is relates to great poet Rabindranath Tagore. That S.D. Burman and R.D. Burman, both the legend musician, were from the royal families. Here are very diverse cultural activities. Culture is there in our state, having composite culture of Bengali, Manipuri, and 19 ethnic tribes of the land. It's a rich heritage and rich history of Mahabharata. Our state, princely state, was ruled by almost 184 rulers. It's a beautiful and unexplored greenery. State is full of unexplored greenery. And nothing special. It is a specific, I can say, it's a specific state. Next. Connectivity. Our state is well connected by road. It is connected to the national highway number 8, and also that Tripura is connected to Calcutta via Bangladesh, that is Dhaka via Dhaka. Trains, almost all the major cities of the country is connected by railway connectivity. Air, we have our entire state, and the state is connected to almost all the big cities of the country by air, including the Aizawl, Manipur, Imphal, and Agartala, Guwahati also. Next. My topics, what I will discuss, it will divided, I will show few points here. Different destinations, fairs and festivals of the state, pilgrim sites, adventure tourism, natural trails, accommodation facilities, whatever they are, which is more important for the tourist, and diverse culture and cuisines. Next. Here, Tripura temple is a temple of more than 5 years old. It was constructed in the year 1500 AD. And Diwali is one of the major festival of that land, of that Tripura temple. It is one of the 51 feet of the religious tourism, just like Kamakya temple. Another is Ujjanta Palace. It was built in 1901 AD by Maharaja Radhakishore Manika Bahadur. And flood lighting and event management encourages the attraction of the places. Now it is declared as a state museum. All the ancient activities, what were there, it is preserved in our museum. The tourists can easily see the activities of the ancient rulers of our princely state. Unagoti, it is the largest bas-relief and sculpture carved on the face of the hill in India. Unagoti means it is less than 1 of crores. It is a Shiva pilgrim attraction and dates it is 7 to 9 centuries AD. Nirmahal, one of the largest water places in India. I think it is another one is located at Jaipur, it is Jal Mahal. After that, water place in Nirmahal, that is in our state. Built by the Maharaja Bir Bikram Kishore Manika in 1930, and it was the summer palace of Maharajas. Boat race of that lake is one of the tourist attraction of that Nirmahal. Dombor Lake, that is a big water body. It is located around 115 kilometers away from the capital city. And there are total 48 islands located in that. In the big islands, that is called Narkel Kunj or Narkel Garden, Coconut Garden, where for the tourists who have created log huts and other facilities, water sports facilities, based on that. Chobimora is famous for its parcel of rock carving on the steep mountain wall on the bank of Gomoti. Boating in that Chobimora destination gives a thrilling of just boating in the Amazon forest, just like it is locally called Amazon of India. Fairs and festivals. Diwali, one of the major festival. It is celebrated during Diwali in Mata Tripureshwari temple areas. Akshashtami, that is celebrated in Unagoti. Biju festivals, that is celebrated by the Chakma communities. Next. Kharchi festival is the one of the festival of celebrated by the Tripuri community of our state. Actually, that was the festival of our royal families. Royal families used to celebrate that festival. It is celebrated in the month of July. Nirmahal Water Festival, there are boat race competition, and it is a big attraction of the palace. If we go for the pilgrimage sites, Kasba Kalibari, it is situated just on the border, Indo-Bangla border, where by sitting over there, one tourist can see the activities of Bangladesh, even the railway passing nearby the tourist space, so they can see the Bangladesh train and Bangladesh railways without visiting Bangladesh. Mahamani Pagoda, that is one of the very important tourist destination, where Buddhist monk Honorable Dalai Lama also visited and stayed there. For Muslims, there are Muslim communities. There are Gedumia Mosque. It is a famous mosque in the city itself, Agartala city itself. Benu Vihar Buddha Mandir, that is also a good tourist attraction. Next, besides that, there are Bhubaneswari temple. Just it was the old palace of the Tripura rulers, and it is completely related with two plays of Rabindranath Tagore, Rajarshi and Visarjan. Gunavati Groves of Temple. This Gunavati Groves of Temple, that's also located very nearer to that old palace Bhubaneswari temple. Adventure tourism and natural trail. There is paragliding activities. We have started paragliding activities in Jompoi Hill. Is the top hill. Battling Ship is the top hill of Tripura, from where that paragliding activities we have started. Paramounting, paramotoring, just like activities also we have started. Next. Adventure sports at Narkal Kunj, that is in Dombor. There is water ski, jet ski, banana boats, water rollers are available. One tourist can avail that facilities. Recently, we have started their log huts, which are nothing but it is the elevated houses constructed by only wood, nothing, no cement works and nothing is there. Natural trails, it is Sobimora, it is Amarpur, I have discussed about it. The accommodation facilities, if we go for accommodation, we have our Tripura Tourism Development Corporation having good accommodation facilities. Apart from the Tripura Tourism Corporation, local entrepreneurs, they have developed tourist accommodation. And besides that, Polo group of hotels and Ginger group of hotels also, their presence in our capital city, Agartala. Next. Our diverse culture and cuisines, you can see, we have already discussed, since it is a very short of time. We can say it is a dominant culture of Bengali, Manipuri, and Tripuri. Other 19 ethnic groups are there. It's a composite culture. Promotion activities, if we say the promotive activities, we have promoted activities through our social media, Twitter groups, and everything. Even we have tourist information centers at Agartala Airport, Calcutta Airport, Guwahati Airport, Akauda checkpost, one of the integrated checkposts, which is the second one after the Wagah border at Punjab. Next. There is the package store that is for our tourist guides who are there, dignitaries, delegates who are there. I think that is the one of the cheapest tourist packages we are following in our state. Tour operators in Tripura, there are huge scope of registration or tour operators. Only 34 tour operators so far, tour travel agents so far registered in our state. Out of that, 11 from the West Bengal, rest from the Tripura. Our footprints that again here is almost 5 lakhs, 6 lakhs used to come in our state, mostly from the Bangladesh, foreigners from the Bangladesh. But during COVID-19 period, it was reduced, it was come down. Now it's again, it has started that tourist places, visit of tourists. Thank you. Then I have the presentation, one small video clip. Would you like to see, please? Thank you.
Tripura is a hilly state in northeast India, bordered on 3 sides by Bangladesh and a home to a diverse mix of Bengali tribal cultures and religious groups. The state is a mix of traditional cultural heritage, lush greenery, majestic architectures, sky-touching mountains. Famous tourist attractions of Tripura are Ujjayanta Palace.
The Ujjayanta Palace is at present the state museum and the former palace of the Manikya rulers of Tripura and situated in Agartala. In the year 1901, Maharaja Radha Kishore Manikya had built the palace. At the entrance, on both sides, there are two huge lakes and beautiful gardens. Kavi Guru Ravindranath Tagore had a strong bonding with Tripura and the Tripura kingdom, who visited the state 7 times in his lifetime and had a close relation with the princely state of Tripura, and its 4 successive rulers forms an important chapter in the state's history.
Tripura Sundari Temple,
established in the 1501 centuries by Maharaja Dhanya Manikya, Tripureshwari Temple is quite popular as Mata Bari among locals. The temple is located on a tortoise-shaped uneven elevation in the ancient Udaipur city, also known as the Temple City. Tripureshwari Temple is one among the 51 Shakti Pits. It is believed that Sati's right leg's toe had fallen here. During the Diwali, 2 days long fair take place in the premises of the temple. Next to the temple is Kalyan Sagar Lake, which is a safe home for fishes and tortoises. Nir Mahal is Northeast India's only water palace, situated in the center of the gigantic Rudrasagar Lake, situated some 50 kilometers away from capital Agartala. The construction of Nir Mahal started in the year 1930 by Maharaja Bir Bikram Kishore Manikya. The 122-meter long crystal milky white palace has 24 rooms including halls and is surrounded by a beautiful garden. The attractive dome structures, Darbar Hall, living room for the king and queen, watchtowers, etc. awestruck everyone. The sunset view in Rudrasagar Lake from the rooftop of Nir Mahal is the mesmerizing experience. Jampui, the place of eternal spring. Beside the conspicuous sunrise view, the green forest of Jampui Hills have a lot more in store. The forests, amidst the blooming nature, is a home to various species with eye-catching surroundings that can tranquilize the onlooker. The Battling-ship hill terrain, covered under the green carpet of grass, have a serene ambience which is truly enchanting. The glory of Jampui Hill finds its perfect ode at Eden Lodge, which welcomes the avid traveler. Let's visit Jampui to unfold enigmatic scenic vista. The aerial look of the Dumbur Lake is like a tabor-shaped small drum, Dumbur, of Lord Shiva, from which the name Dumbur originates. There are 48 islands in the 41 square kilometer long lake. People from indigenous communities live on these islands. Chabimura is situated at Gumti district's Amarpur subdivision. The history of this place is yet unknown by many. Chabimura's Noka Ghat is located in Rajkhang area beside Gumti river, which is 84 kilometers away from capital Agartala. From Noka Ghat, the travelers go by motorboat to experience Chabimura. From the boat, the rock carvings are visible in the steep mountain. In the ancient time, the Jamatia community used to live here, and according to Jamatias, it is a place of Rudra Bhairavi. The image, which is 10 meters from the river bed, is known and worshipped as Charakma. Unnokuti, 178 kilometers away from capital Agartala. Unnokuti in North Tripura is surrounded by hills and lush greenery and a Shaivism site. Various Hindu gods and goddesses have been sculptured on the Raghunandan hill. Among all sculptures built in the 8th and 9th centuries, the 30 feet long Unokatvishwar Kalbhairav Shiva is famous. According to the ancient literature, The count of total sculpture at the site is one less than a crore, and accordingly the name of the place is Nokuti. Narikal Kunj is one of the islands which Tripura Tourism Department has taken care of at its best. There are 50 new log huts developed at Narikal Kunj which are now open for tourists. The log huts are constructed in the island of Dumbur, which offers a different experience and serenity amid mother nature. Paragliding in Jampui Hills is the recreational and competitive adventure sport of flying paragliders. Lightweight, free-flying, foot-launched glider aircraft with no rigid primary structure. Tourists get attracted to fly paragliders and enjoy the ride by paying minimum charges. Paragliding has also generated a huge attraction among YouTube bloggers, local and outside bloggers.
Mostly people of Tripura, both Bengalis and tribals, are non-vegetarians. Tripuri cuisine is the type of food served in Tripura. The Tripuris are essentially non-vegetarians, and hence the main course are mainly prepared using meat but with the addition of vegetables. Traditional Tripuri cuisine is known as Mui Borok. The tribal local foods are considered to be healthy as they are usually prepared mostly without oil. Tribal foods such as bangui rice is one of the famous rice item liked by both tribes and non-tribes.
Thank you so much, sir, for the presentation. And yes, that is all the presentation from the beautiful different Northeast states. Let's give a big applause of hands to them. And yes, we can start our next session that will be sustainable and responsible tourism. Before we start our program, we will be watching a video on Mission Life Niti Aayog. And in 2021, the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi, launched the Lifestyle of Environment Life movement during the 26th United Nations Climate Change Conference of the Parties COP26 in Glasgow as a global mass movement urging individuals to act to protect the environment against the effect of the climate change. Mission Life aims to create a global network of pro-planet people and promote a planet-friendly, conscious lifestyle, and promotes a shift from a use and dispose economy to a circular economy defined by mindful and deliberate utilization. Let us watch the video. Yeah. All right, so I would like to welcome Mr. Arvind Singh, Secretary, Minister of Tourism, Government of India, to welcome remarks and setting the context and national sustainable tourism strategy to the stage.
इन स्टेट सिग्नेटरीज को
Yes. The thing is that I'll just call the secretary, and then after that, yeah, everything is up to you. Like the state presentation and everything. Okay. Ma'am?
For second session, all these should come.
You better call them. Okay. That's part of it. Always call.
Then you have to call them.
Yeah.
Can wait a minute.
Yeah.
You can call me. I will initiate.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, may I call up to the stage Sir Arvind Singh, Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, to sit on the dais. Let's give a big applause of hands one more.
Good afternoon everyone and namaskar. I request all the state representatives and the panelists for this session, Dr. Sharath Kulshresh, Dr. Vijay Kumar, Shri Abu Tyang, Arunachal Pradesh Director Tourism, Miss Shri Kinkon from Nagaland Tourism, and Shitapan Das from Tripura Tourism, please join us on the stage so that we can proceed with this session. I request all the audience to please welcome the delegate for this session with your claps. So we will begin the session as we are short of time. And to begin this session, we would like to inform all of you and we would like to make you watch a very beautiful initiative started by our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. And this initiative is called the Mission Life. Life is an acronym which stands for Lifestyle for Environment Movement. This was launched in the COP26 in 2021, and this is an initiative to nudge each individual on this planet Earth to contribute towards the preservation of this Earth as well as to work against the climate change. The mission aims to create a network of P3. P3 stands for Pro-Planet People, wherein through a mindful and conscious attempt, we would like to secure the planet and to fight climate change by a conscious lifestyle in your day-to-day daily routine. How we can do it? For that, I request all of you to watch this video.
सब कहते हैं कि दुनिया बदल रही है। कभी-कभी मुझे भी लगता है हमारी दुनिया बदल रही है, पर अच्छे के लिए नहीं, बुरे के लिए। पर ये हुआ कैसे? मैं भी चाहती हूँ हमारी दुनिया बदले, लेकिन अच्छे के लिए। और जब 2030 में मैं 21 साल की हो जाऊंगी, जोश और सपनों से भरी, सिर्फ मैं ही नहीं, लाखों लोग और भी, तब क्या हमारी दुनिया हमारे सपने पूरे कर पाएगी? 2030 तक ही तो हम सब ने सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स को पूरा करने का वादा किया है ना? मतलब आज से 2000 दिन बाद क्या हम वो वादा पूरा कर पाएंगे एक साथ? हाँ, बिल्कुल। शायद इसका हल हमारे पास है। बस जरूरत है तो इसे जन आंदोलन बनाने की, स्वच्छ भारत मिशन की तरह। यही तो लाइफ है। लाइफ, पता है ये मैंने सबसे पहले कहाँ सुना?
ये एक शब्द है लाइफ, LIFE, यानी लाइफ स्टाइल फॉर एनवायरमेंट। आज जरूरत है कि हम सभी लोग एक साथ आकर कलेक्टिव पार्टिसिपेशन के साथ लाइफ स्टाइल फॉर एनवायरमेंट यानी लाइफ को एक अभियान की तरह आगे बढ़ाएं। ये एनवायरमेंटल कॉन्शियस लाइफस्टाइल का एक मास मूवमेंट बन सकता है। आज आवश्यकता है माइंडलेस और डिस्ट्रक्टिव कंजम्पशन के बजाय माइंडफुल और डेलिबरेट यूटिलाइजेशन की।
लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरनमेंट भारत में बना दुनिया के लिए। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी की ये सोच सिर्फ भारत के लिए ही नहीं, पूरे विश्व के लिए है। किसी एक इंसान या समुदाय के लिए ही नहीं, हर राष्ट्र के लिए है। और हम सब इस आंदोलन से जुड़ सकते हैं इन 5 कदमों से। पहला कदम वही जो हमारे दादा दादी, नाना नानी हमेशा करते आए हैं।
सदियों से सुनते बोलते आ रहे हैं कि मौसम में लगे और आसपास उगे वही खाओ पियो, सेहत चौकस और साथ में खाने और ईंधन की बचत भी।
நமது உணவுகள் இப்பொழுது மாற்றப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. நாம் தினைகளை இந்த நேரத்தில் வரவேற்றுக் கொள்கிறோம். ஆனால் தினைகள் நமது உணவுகளையும் மகிழ்ச்சியையும் கலாச்சாரத்தையும் அறிவு கொண்டு இருக்கிறது. அதனாலே நாங்கள் தினைகளை வரவேற்றுக் கொள்கிறோம்.
दूसरा कदम, कदम उठाओ, समझे?
मेरी रोज की सवारी, बस नंबर 11, मेरे पैर।
मैं रोज साइकिल से ऑफिस जाता हूँ क्योंकि मेरी कंपनी हमें वॉकिंग, साइकिलिंग, कारपूलिंग के लिए एनकरेज करती है।
अगर हम सब मिलके ये कर सकते हैं तो पर्यावरण की सुरक्षा में योगदान दे सकते हैं।
तीसरा, सही चुने और सही चुन पाए इसके लिए डिमांड भी करें।
सोसाइटी में घर खरीद रहे हैं, बड़ा डिसीजन है,
पर कुछ चीजें नॉन नेगोशिएबल हैं, जैसे वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग एंड सोलर पैनल,
और इन्हें पूरा करना रियल एस्टेट इंडस्ट्री की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है।
पहले कस्टमर हमारे पास आते थे ब्रांड के लिए, प्राइस के लिए, वारंटी के लिए। अब कस्टमर आते हैं हमारे पास 5 स्टार रेटिंग के लिए और LED बल्ब के लिए।
आजकल ज़्यादातर डिलीवरी कंपनीज ई-बाइक यूज़ करने लगी है, अच्छा लगता है।
चौथा कदम सिंपल, लाइट स्विच ऑन करने के लिए स्विच ऑफ करो। पांचवा कदम, सबको बताओ और इस आंदोलन को घर घर ले जाओ। मेरे देश को अपना वादा याद है और वो वादा हम बातों से नहीं, काम से पूरा करेंगे और हर देश, हर इंसान को साथ लेके पूरा करेंगे। एक्ट टुगेदर लाइफ के लिए।
Act together, and that is what we have to take it from here. If I will change, the world will change. What can be more beautiful than beginning the sustainable session with this message? So, seeing is believing, and we all are here to see the mystical Mizoram and the purest part of India. It is the theory of tourism that once a place becomes a popular place, tourist inflow start. And when tourist inflow will start, the destination will be on the trajectory of development. Development, it is questionable. Tourism theory says tourism kills tourism. We have a detrimental impact of development. To ensure that we are together and not on the wrong trajectory, rather on the right path of sustainable development, we have called this session where we with the states brainstorm how and by what way the states and the national policies are aligned for sustainable tourism development in India. And to hear it, I would like to welcome one of our favorite, Mr. Arvind Singh Ji, Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, to give his welcome remark for this session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Manisha, Prashant, all the other representatives from the states from the Northeast, officials from the Government of India, private sector representatives, friends from media, and all present ladies and gentlemen. This is a very important session. Yesterday we had the inaugural session and the press conference where the discussion was on infrastructure, connectivity, how we are rebuilding tourism in the country and also trying to reboot tourism in the Northeast. But definitely when we got a chance to sit back and think about the future of tourism, we have to consider that how do we take it ahead in a sustainable manner. In not a system of, the past, when we were part of a use and throw, a use and dispose lifestyle, rather than we have to shift to a mindful and deliberate utilization of our resources. You saw the film on the life movement. In 2021, this was announced by our Prime Minister during the 26th COP26 meeting at Glasgow. Recently, COP27 has just got over. And this aim of the life movement, which was announced by the Prime Minister in the presence of UN Secretary General at Ekta Nagar, the aim is to nudge individual action, to take actions to promote sustainability. So far, everybody has been talking about sustainability at the policy level. How do we design sustainable national environment policy? How do we design tourism policies that take care of sustainability? How do we design state-level policies? But this is a change, a paradigm shift that it talks about individual action to achieve goals of sustainability. And within that, you will see action starting. We have started the Mission for Life campaign, which you can go and see on the MyGov platform. There is a Mission for Life pledge that each of you as individuals should take. I have taken that pledge and posted it on social media. So I'll request all present here to take that pledge, because that shows your commitment to, adopting such a network or adopting such practices in the future. To align with that, we have come out with a national strategy on sustainable tourism. All the states are working with us on that national strategy. As part of the national strategy, what we are seeing is, apart from promotion and raising awareness, first you need to raise awareness at the local level, which is at the level of local bodies who do the waste disposal, who do the crowd control, crowd management. You have to do awareness at the level of Gram Panchayats and urban municipalities who are at the cutting edge. Then you need to raise awareness at the state level for, implementing sustainable tourism policies. Of course, there is a need for awareness at all levels of the government structure. There is also need for awareness of travelers. We need to adopt that responsible travelers campaign. Travelers, tourists should aim to see that the area that they go to is as good as, if not better, than what it was before they went. An example that we have seen this year was that someone from I will not say where he was from, but he went to Pangong Lake and drove his Jeep or SUV on the lake. Now, if you behave like that, a tourist behaves like that, a traveler behaves like that, obviously the local community in future will not welcome or seek to accept such tourists. So there is a need to instill a sense of responsibility, and that is what the Responsible Traveler campaign that we are running with the UNEP and the Responsible Travel Society of India seeks to achieve. In that connection, we will see on the 25th of November an important event where leading practitioners of tourism from the private sector will present at the UNEP their viewpoints on how they have implemented sustainability and their plans for sustainability in the future. Taking a cue from that, we have revamped the Swadesh Darshan scheme. You are aware, significant amount of investment has flowed under the Swadesh Darshan scheme in its first edition to all parts of the country, including Northeast. A large amount of projects have been undertaken. In fact, 16 tourist circuits amounting to 1,309 crores was sanctioned, and out of these 12 have been completed in the Northeast. Now, in the new avatar, we have advised and encouraged the state governments to adopt principles of sustainable tourism, encompassing environment, social and economic pillars, and achieve this scheme's vision of developing destinations in a sustainable and responsible manner. Now, this edition of this scheme that we will be funding projects in the Northeast wants to develop destinations instead of circuits. As I said earlier, 16 circuits were sanctioned, out of which 12 are complete. And now we seek to develop destinations. So we have got so far state perspective plans from 7 of the 8 states in the Northeast region, and we have identified destinations in the different states. In Mizoram, the destinations that we have identified to take up under the Swadesh Darshan 2 are Aizawl and Champai. In Meghalaya, Sohra and Shillong, Newland and Chumukedima in Nagaland, and Unakoti and Agartala from Tripura. So now we will be signing an MOU with the states and working with them to develop plans so that these destinations are, the infrastructure there is developed there, the planning is done so that sustainable tourism practices are practiced by all the practitioners, be it the state level or the local level, in terms of garbage disposal, controlling pollution, controlling crowds, seeing the carrying capacity of those destinations, and also responsible traveler campaign that the kind of travel that we expect. Now, the Northeast being a very important biodiversity region, I mentioned that yesterday, that tourism can be the main plank on which employment and entrepreneurship can grow in this region. So I'm sure that taking advantage of the LIFE campaign, which will be launched in India shortly by the Ministry of Environment, which was, we saw the film on that, the National Strategy for Sustainable Tourism, and we are actually putting it in practice through Swadesh Darshan 2. All these will encourage the states in the Northeast and will encourage the states to empower and inform the local bodies and governments and the tourists coming here, so that we see that the future of tourism proceeds only in a sustainable manner, and we don't repeat the mistakes of the past that we have seen in the pre-COVID era, and examples of which all of us are aware. So with these words, I wish the deliberations all success, and I'm sure that the discussions here and the dialogue will set the tone for future growth of sustainable tourism in the Northeast. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your thought-provoking and motivating speech. Travel for Life campaign started by Ministry of Tourism is an attempt for all of us to show our love for responsible travel. Now we will be moving ahead with the presentation of the state National Strategy for Sustainable Tourism, how it is being mainstreamed by the actions of state is the main agenda of the state presentations. I would request states to be very specific on discussing how they are achieving sustainable and responsible travel through their actions. The time limit given to each state is 3 minutes. We are very short of time. We have to do discussion also, so I request each state representative to just focus on how your state is moving ahead on the path of sustainability. For this, I would like to call Shri Abu Tayang, Director Tourism, Arunachal Pradesh, for their first presentation.
Respected Arvind Singh sir, other dignitaries on the dais, earlier session was 10 minutes, this is shrunk to 3 or 4 minutes, so I'll be very brief. I don't have to tell this August gathering what sustainability is all about. So I'll just like to directly shift to two of the examples in my state, which we believe has brought about change in the community and the area, which is, I think, a fine example of how we can contribute to changing the area towards more sustainable, to become a more sustainable place. So I already spoke about all these, so I'll just directly shift to my two projects that we want to talk about. One case study is the EB project, which we named EB project. This is combating water scarcity, a success story on stream rejuvenation and biodiversity conservation at Soy village. This is by an NGO and a local community. Then the other one is a government-aided and community mobilization to create an artificial lake through water harvesting and conservation and converting it into a tourist destination, which is Sikkim Lake in Zero. Zero already is, of course, famous for the music festival. In 2008, Basar Circle, three of the main rivers were drying up. So the main cause was jhum cultivation and other logging activities. The three interventions which took place were the digging of recharge pits by means of harvesting rainwater, regrowing the forest with biodiversity to enrich the catchment area, and to stop shifting jhum cultivation. This was the work plan by the community. They started digging in 2011, and they made a lot of effort. Whole community joined in, and if you will see the Google pictures of this project before and after, you will see the difference in the changes that this event has this work has done. So in order to add value to the catchment areas, massive plant diversification, animals in future, small bio resource missions with local knowledge was launched in 2015. Following activities were launched also. Seeds of rare indigenous plants which were dying out were reintroduced, were identified and reintroduced. Hunters were actually roped in to find out which animals prefer to eat which plants, so thereby giving the animals enough food to come back to that area. This is just some of the pictures of what they were doing, all the villagers. And these are some of the seeds collected and raised in nurseries and planted in the area. So this was the outcome. But I would like to show you the actual picture of it. So if you can just see the picture. This was 2009 and 10, and that's 1920. So you can just see the difference. And this is from Google. So seeing this result, all the other villages nearby now have adopted this practice, and under an NGO called the GRK, all the villages, about 34 adjoining villages, have now taken up this activity, which I think is a success. Plus, tourism department, in partnership with GRK, is funding the Bascon River Festival, which is coming up in the first week of December, to develop such project areas in ecotourism destinations. This is one of my case studies. Of course, a little bit about the Bascon Festival. Then, of course, next case study is the Sikkim Lake. Zero Valley doesn't actually have a river. They are very small streams. Its water scarcity was always there. It is a tourist destination all the time. So in order to address that, a water conservation project amounting to 450 lakhs was taken up by the government of Arunachal Pradesh, plus eco-tourist resort under PPP was taken up, and they dammed the small stream and turned it into a beautiful lake. The Chief Minister recently actually inaugurated the second project of this nature in Zero. So the first project was successful, therefore the second project is coming up. So all these effects took place. There's a development of a cold climate hatchery by the site to reinfuse the rivers with fishes. And of course, if you haven't visited Zero, I request you all to take a trip to Zero. The roads are very good now, and the climate is absolutely fabulous. This is just another picture of the Sikkim lake. So I think my time's almost up, so I'll just leave you with this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Your both case studies are in line with conservation of nature and biodiversity and capacity development of community. Thank you very much, sir. Now, I would like to call Ms. Manisha Saxena, Secretary Tourism, Mizoram, for their initiatives on sustainable tourism.
Respected Arvind Singh, sir, Prashantji, all other state representatives on the dais, and everyone present here, a very good afternoon. Mizoram, as I had mentioned in my state presentation, has a culture of being one with nature. So it is a little easier. Of course, like in the rest of the country, there's been a lot of growth of disposable plastic, single-use plastic in the last few years. This year, in line with the national ban on single-use plastic, we have also banned it, and this ban has been extended to all our Mizoram properties also. So basically, mainstreaming sustainability through policy intervention, we have the Mizoram Responsible Tourism Policy, which is beneficial and inclusive and as best possible accessible to all the people in the state, both visitors and participants. And everyone should take ownership in tourism. So with that in mind, it follows a sustainable development strategy, coordination with the local stakeholders, and strengthening institutions in the community and concentrating on skill development within the community. And the management and development of tourism promotes the state's cultural heritage, biodiversity and ecosystems, and works to eliminate the unsustainable consumption and minimize pollution and waste. So policies support value, it values growth over volume, and we still have to see the numbers coming. Mizoram has opened up to tourism only very recently, and that was also punctuated by the pandemic. But the thought process is that sustainable tourism should make optimal use of the environmental resources, respect socio-cultural authenticity of the host community, ensure viable and long-term economic operation, and maintain high level of tourist satisfaction. So with that in mind, we have increased the use of renewable energy, and in all our projects that are under development, renewable energy is being given a very, very big impetus. Consumption of less water and also rainwater harvesting is a very important part. In fact, Mizoram has a traditional culture of rainwater harvesting. Even in the traditional bamboo huts, you will see a bamboo, this thing to collect the water into a water tank, and most of our government tourism properties follow that system. Even in Regency Hotel, where a lot of you are staying, you would see that it is being followed. So this is what we are now trying to enhance for our government properties, and it is the ICICI Bank, as part of its CSR initiative, has agreed to augment rainwater harvesting facilities in 7 major tourism properties across Mizoram. Then, as far as possible, the sourcing in the tourism properties is from the local suppliers, be it food, be it toiletries, other things, whatever is possible to source locally around the location, we are encouraging. We have banned single-use plastic in all our tourist properties. We have been educating them to use less energy. So these are basically small initiatives. Even in the ITM, you would see that we have tried to avoid the use of plastic bottles. We have filling stations and paper cups. We have used as far as possible local materials in preparing and local entrepreneurs in catering, in ensuring all the supplies also, and the Mizoram Tourism State Gift is also sourced responsibly and sustainably from local entrepreneurs. In our future developments, we are encouraging ecotourism activities, agritourism activities, which are being conceptualized with the help and participation of the local communities themselves. In our Mizoram World Tourism Day celebrations, we had a startup competition, and the first prize winner is a village called Samtlang, which has come together, 40 farmers have come together for orchard picking and traditional farm stay kind of activities, and they are doing it completely in the traditional way with local materials. So this project, as and when it comes up, hopefully by the next tourist season, will be a showcase in itself. In Mizoram, we have plantation drives near our tourist properties. Every year we have the Green Mizoram Day, and as part of that, all government departments are encouraged to go through plantation activity in their new locations. We have a pilot project of ecotourism village in Khamrang, funded by the Ministry of Donor, and this is a plastic-free village. Penalty for leaving. There's a penalty for leaving plastic bags in the village. And there is a diversification of products. Also, I would say that in this regard, in sustainability, the carrying capacity of a destination is very important. We need to calculate it wisely. And around that destination, we need to have holding areas, other destinations which can hold tourists till there is ample space in the main destination. So all our development in Swadesh Darshan 2 is based on this principle, that there will be a main destination where the tourist inflow will be controlled by having holding areas around. So that is a hallmark of this thing. We have the Mizoram Responsible Tourism Pledge, and it is there in all our social media platforms, and even while booking properties from the Mizoram Tourism website, you have to take the pledge first. We try to do effective visitor management, and wherever possible, user fee is being levied. So I would just like to read out the pledge. It is a beautiful pledge, and it sums up sustainable tourism in itself. It says, I pledge to be a responsible traveler when I explore new places. I will leave nothing but footprints and take away only memories. I shall not harm what does not harm me, and I shall travel clean and green. I shall respect the local culture, and I shall promote sustainable tourism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Right from the policy initiative up to the travel pledge, your initiatives are aligned with national policy of national strategy of sustainable tourism. Now I would like to call Shri Aizawl, Additional Director, Tourism Nagaland, to talk about their initiatives.
Good afternoon, everybody. I once again bring greetings to you all from Nagaland, the land of festivals. Since due to time constraint, I prefer myself to constrain myself to open my slides, so I prefer I will just speak without opening my full slides. When we talk about sustainable tourism, I like to take you all, I want to take all of you back to the village. Because when we talk about sustainability, we have to go back to the roots. We have to preserve and conserve our roots. Unless we don't do that, then the question of sustainability doesn't arise. And for example, when you go visit Nagaland, any village in Nagaland, you'll see welcome you. That simply shows that, I think in Hindi it is called Atiti Bhava. My guest is my God. But at the same time, the guests should respect the host. So there, where our most respected Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, had rightly said, the tourists should respect the local custom and culture. They should not go off the track. That is exactly what sustainability has to do. Sustainability has to do that the foreign culture should not come and disturb the local culture. That is one of the main aspects where the government of Nagaland is focusing about. And for that, we don't encourage our tour operators to encourage the backpackers, because they are the main person who really spoils the bread. And when we talk about the village, we focus on the village community, village council. I think in the mainland you call it Panchayati Raj, but in Nagaland we call it village council or VDB secretary. Under them we form a village tourism development board, VTDB. We call it, or some they have their own concept, but usually as an officially we call it village tourism development board. So under them, the village, inside the village, they control the flow of the tourists. Likewise, they control, they form their own way of do's and don'ts. So that is what we encourage, and according to the national strategy and with the guidelines of the Ministry of Tourism, we have framed our tourism policy. It's yet to be approved by the cabinet, but it's already completed, so we have already sent to the government. So I just wanted to inform you all that. And then when I talk about the village tourism in front of our most respected Secretary of Tourism, I want to say, people say smart city, but why don't we go for smart village, smart tourism village? That can become a national pilot project, especially in the whole of Northeast. So that can become a new venture instead of, frankly, in short, I'll say we're just one step behind Sikkim. Sikkim is being declared organic village, plastic free. But Nagaland also is just behind, one step behind. We're also 90% organic, 80% plastic free. But we are very frank, we cannot claim it because there is a leakage. Especially when we talk about organic. In the hill regions, everything is organic, but in the main, say, many of you must be heard the Dimapur, the commercial hub of Nagaland. For example, the items like tomato, potato, green chilies, onions, off-season, those are brought imported, and that has been spread all over inside the state. So we cannot claim that it's 100% organic. So we are very frank, there's a leakage. Even in plastic also, the state is being declared plastic free. But we cannot claim it because there is always a leakage. So, but to inform you all that we are just behind, one step behind the Sikkim government. And in this sustainability, we really promote homestays. And when we just don't promote homestays, we give them catering, training on catering service, guiding. The homestay should become, the homestay owner automatically becomes a tourist guide. They become a tour guide. When a guest stays in his or her home, he or she has to narrate what to see, where to go, what to do when they are in the village. So we train all those, with all those techniques from catering to room service to guiding. So we do that, and that is called, I call it rural-based, downtrodden-based sustainability. Sustainability can start from grassroots level. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The simplest definition of sustainable tourism is tourism in the hands of locals. And I hope with the same spirit, Nagaland is on the right path of the development. Now, I would like to call Ms. Karma Yutso, Special Secretary Tourism Sikkim, to talk about their initiatives in Sikkim for sustainable tourism.
Namaskar and good afternoon.
So I'll start my presentation right away. So this is just the natural wealth of Sikkim we've given here. Apart from that, I would like to say our main, for sustainability, the main thing would be organic, being a completely organic state. So this is the policy that we have framed. Apart from that, the initiatives, other initiatives we have taken, I want to dwell on that a little bit in very brief. I'll go about. We had the ban of plastic polybags as early as 1998. Then very recently we have also banned the use of single-use plastic bottles which are below 1 liter. And then we also have the ban on styrofoam products, use of styrofoam products. Then the ban on use and sale of firecrackers. Then ban on burning of agricultural waste. So all these are the initiatives, the early initiatives which were taken towards conservation of nature, which I feel is the very tenet of sustainability in any form. So for sustainable tourism, the year 2002 itself was a path-breaking year for us because we had the Southeast Asian Regional Conference, and if I can say so, that set the milestone for introducing ecotourism in Sikkim and the Northeast region. Then we also have the ecotourism policy framed in 2011 with a vision to establish Sikkim as an ecotourism destination, along with poverty, to elevate poverty and to promote nature conservation. And now in our sustainable tourism development, we have the community well-being through socio-cultural sustainability. So we have the involvement of people right from the Panchayati Raj levels and even right from schools. In fact, environmental studies, nature conservation is taught in the elementary level itself, and we also have the green rolling trophy for the best school that maintains their surroundings in the best possible manner, in the cleanest form, and they don't use plastics or any non-degradable substances. Then another is the socio-cultural sustainability, where government encourages fairs and festivals for showcasing culture and tradition to the tourists. And the main, the thing I come to is community well-being through promotion of socio-cultural sustainability. Here we talk about rural tourism, village tourism, which combines with nature, culture and adventure and pilgrimage. So that gives a complete package. Because we have a very conducive environment for fostering rural tourism in a sustainable manner, and it is community-based tourism in rural areas. We have environmental and green clubs at the village level itself. Now, for community empowerment, what the state government did was, we had the homestay establishment rules in 2013, then the homestay operators manual for principal guidelines on operation, and the major initiative taken by the government was the construction of 736 homestays. This was done under the 13 Finance Commission in different villages all over Sikkim. Now, homestay accommodation has gained prominence, so you can see the number, the increase. In 2012, we had only 24. Now, in 2022, we have more than 1,100 homestays, and these, I'm only talking about the registered ones. There are many which are still to be registered with our department. Then let's come to the success stories. I have only 2 examples over here. One is this Chalamthang village tourism. So it is overlooking the river Tista and in the lap of the Mount Kanchenjunga, and in the southern part of Sikkim, its name derives from orchard, orange orchard in Bhutia language, and it is 98 kilometers from Siliguri and 42 kilometers from Ramangla. So it is near to Gantok also. Then Chalamthang homestay, you can enjoy the scenic beauty of the mountains and the world famous Timiti garden. So they also serve pure organic food and engage tourists in activities like trekking, angling and other nature related activities. Here the food that is served, you can say it is from farm to table directly. So this tourism project, it has become a resource center. Now people in the state go to Chalamthang homestay to learn about rural tourism and village tourism because everything is nature based. The other one is Maniram homestay. This is in the southern part in Namchi district. Now this is a prime example of community participation. This is in clusters. It is not a single homestay, but we have a cluster of 12 homestays at different distances, very short distances in fact. And this, they have been entertaining a lot of both domestic and foreign tourists. And the tourist footfall has been increasing every year. So even in adventure tourism, we are following the sustainable model. We tell the tourists not to litter, not to do things which will be against our culture or tradition. And these adventure activities are not done without the aid of a guide. So the tour guide will tell you the do's and don'ts related to nature conservation. So upcoming project we have the capacity building project, but another mega project on homestay we have, where we will be building around 1,000 homestays. This will be in a cluster approach and it will be all traditional. We have the 3 ethnic communities. So you can see the 3 houses over there, the 3 ethnic communities. So that would be the model. So 1,000 homestays we are planning to make. And the objectives are various objectives. So you'll have economic and social disparity to minimize it, make a positive contribution. Main important thing is to conservation of natural and indigenous heritage, and nature conservation is always at the forefront. And it will also provide employment opportunities in the village level. So environmental sustainability will also be ensured. So these would be the models. So the 2 success stories I have shared with you, but there are numerous other success stories which are there, but due to time constraints, we have not included here. So in conclusion, I would say it is a sustainable model of development, and we have, I can safely say, I think we have built an image of Sikkim as a clean and green destination. The tourist footfall, it has been increasing over the years because they have been opting for cleaner, greener and rural destinations, which Sikkim has become synonymous with. I hope I can say that. With these words, I say thank you very much.
Thank you very much for all the initiatives, and surely Sikkim is on the path of sustainability. Now I would like to call Shri Tapan Das, Managing Director, Tripura Tourism.
Good afternoon, everybody. Respected Secretary Sir and other dignitaries on the dais and of the dais. Presentation, I have a small presentation on sustainable, green and responsible tourism in Tripura. The Tripura has enacted the Tripura tourism policy in 2022. It safeguards the sustainable tourism in the state. To promote the sustainable tourism, Tripura focuses on enriching environment, enabling socio-economic development of the local communities. Tripura tourism is taking several initiatives aligning to the national strategy for sustainable development of the Government of India. Tripura is one of the hilly northeast state blessed with rich topography, unique landscape and moderate climate. The state is having around 60% of its green forest cover, numerous endangered species which such as clouded leopard, spectacled monkey and 19 distinct forms of bamboos in the state. Tripura promotes wildlife tourism in 4 sanctuaries, 2 national parks in the state in close coordination with the wildlife wing of the forest department. Tripura tourism also focusing development of ecologically balanced green tourism activities like trekking, forest trailing, nature walks, camping, etc. Thriving green vegetations of Tripura have many potentials to safeguard the tourist expectations. For example, Sobimora destination is famous for green tourism. It is popularly known as Amazon of India. There are many other attractions inside the Sobimora forest, includes waterfalls and archaeological site, a cave, etc., which can be reached through trekking. As a part of community-based tourism, home tourism, traditional food, water sports facilities are being planned at this destination. The Tripura is a state of rich floral and faunal biodiversity. Tripura continues to be dominated by its vast pictorial forest tracts, hillscapes, and water bodies, beckoning tourists to the Tripura. For example, Jompui Hill has luxurious forest covers. It has an aesthetic landscape, breaking climate, is known for its neat, clean, traditional wooden houses of the local inhabitants, combined with greenery all around. Here in Jompui Hill areas, the villages like Bhangmong, Fuldongsai, Sabwal, Betling Chips, these villages are neat and clean villages. These villages, their people are so aware that there is, we can treat these villages as one of the cleanliest villages of the state. In Nirmahal, Rudrasagar, plans are on the anvil of Nirmal Rudrasagar waterland protection, including landscape, measures comprising mix of soft and hard elements, battery-operated boats, awareness programs to the local communities on the importance of natural biodiversity of the Ramsar wetland. That Rudrasagar Lake, also called as Ramsar wetland. The Dombur Lake is a placid water body and confluences of river Raima and Saima. It has 48 islands. Winter attracts hundreds of migratory birds, wild variety of natural faunas. It also has the biggest lake in the northeast. This destination, there are log huts have been already been built by the Tripura tourism. Houseboats with the just like replicate the Kerala's houseboats will be introduced soon. The income generation from the log huts developed in collaboration with the forest departments is being proportionately shared with the eco-development committees, joint forest management committees as remuneration to their economic sustainability. Various community-based villages are being identified to provide capacity building to established homestay facilities in the villages. The Tripura tourism's primary goal is to economically uplift and support the women of the community.
Sir, you can conclude quickly because we are short of time.
Thank you so much. That's I have just last points. Then that types of initiative we have taken. We are grateful to the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, and our state budget. We have kept provisions for ecological development and eco-tourism development in the state. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. The presentation is well articulated and according to the National Strategy of Sustainable Tourism. Now the session is open for discussion. We have all the esteemed members on the dais from Ministry of Tourism as well as State Tourism, and then we have two academicians also, Dr. Sharat Kulshresht from Northeastern Hill University, Shillong, and Dr. Vijay Kumar from Jamia Millia Islamia. There are 3 mics on the dais, so I request the dignitaries to take the question as per the comfort of their knowledge and background. The first question is that last 2 days we have witnessed that there will be massive infrastructure development and investment in northeastern part of India. So my question is, how states will ensure, or how at policy governance level we can ensure that the revenue is going direct to the community and there are special strategies to avoid the leakages? This answer can be taken by Nagaland because sir talked about leakages during his presentation. Yes, sir, there is a mic on the dais, sir.
Hello. Hello. Ma'am, can you please repeat the question?
The question is that with the massive infrastructure development, tourist flow will increase. But how we can assure that revenue will reach to the community directly and we can avoid the leakages in the economic system?
See, according to me, when we developed infrastructures, in fact, infrastructures, matlab, we're developing, increasing the carrying capacity. So when the inflow, the footfall is more, there will be more pollutions, more negative impacts. Of course, we cannot set aside about the positive impacts, but there will be, we cannot dismiss the negative impacts. So this is what one must be careful as stakeholders. So we have to be, every stakeholder should be act like a watchdog, and especially when it comes to the rural tourism. The cultural aspect is very important. And everybody knows that our culture should not be affected by the foreign culture. That's what I can only say. Thank you.
Sure, sir. Thank you. So more focus on rural tourism can ensure that the money, the revenue directly goes to the rural community. Anyone else on the dais would like to answer? So we have the next question, and this is targeted to the academicians on the panel. To ensure inclusive and sustainable development, we have to work towards the credibility so that we can ignore the pseudo sustainability and the greenwashing. And accreditation and certifications can play a very strong role. I would like the academician to express their thoughts about the accreditation and certification system in India and how it can ensure states to work towards sustainability.
Well, when I see certification and the accreditation, it has always been playing an important role in the economy, especially. When I take an example of the universities, it has been 2011 when the UGC has decided to come forward with the NAC accreditation board. What they have done, actually, they have created this board to basically mobilize the teaching and as well as the students in the university. What they have done, they have just encouraged the the research in the area, as well as the students are performing well, and the placement plus feedback plus overall performance of the university. After all this, what we have seen that overall development in the universities. In the world over, we have seen our universities now performing well. In fact, earlier, before this NAC board, this NAC accreditation board, there is no as such universities of the India is not under 500. Now we can see the universities of India are performing well. The good central universities has been developed, and they are really performing well. And when we talk about the medical tourism, actually, medical tourism is directly linked with the overall development of the tourism of medical sector, and hospitals of India are been accredited on the basis of their specialization and all. And the performance, according to when we see the performance, it is being decided by the medical tourist, and they can easily go to the when they see the specialization of the hospital, and they can easily approach to them. And when we see the hospitalization as well as the universities, we can see the schemes which has been launched at the certification at the the rural level, like under Nidhi scheme, the sustainable tourism criteria of India, it has been decided like the hotel categorization, like categories of hotel 1, 2, 3, according to their the quality of staying and overall performance. It has been easily can be stay in these types of hotels. And then we can see easily the certification can give the safety and health benefit to the localites as well. And also it can enhance the the protection to the environment, social and economic structure of the local communities. So overall, we can say in nutshell, when we see the the accreditation and the certification, it has been really been benefit for the society, for the locality, and we can see the quality in the environment. In fact, we can see the cities, different cities of India. We have seen the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. What is that? It is a certification kind of thing. When we see that all states are performing well just because of they are performing cleanest image. So it is directly we can see connect with the certification kind of thing, and then people can encourage to come to India, and they can easily do something better for the tourism in the country and the nation. This is what I just want to say.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And truly said that certification, accreditations and ranking are very important to instill implementation as well as a spirit of competitiveness. I just want to inform that Ministry of Tourism has launched STCI for hotels on the Nidhi Plus portal, and soon it will be there for tour operators and even for other stakeholders in the system. Going to the next question, and it is directed towards either Sikkim or Mizoram. The latest report says that the new tourist is more tech savvy and digitally enabled. So what steps states are taking to ensure a system, a smart tourism village or a smart tourism city, where on a single portal they can have all the accessibility, all the information, and that ensure their seamless movement? Any steps in this particular initiative of digitalization?
Yeah, I would like to answer that. The Mizoram tourism website as well as the mobile app has all the information about Mizoram tourism. You can use it online to book any of our tourism department properties. It has the list of our tour operators, our registered tour guides, and every other thing that you would need while coming to Mizoram. But when I'm saying this, I would also like to qualify that outside Aizawl, network connectivity is an issue, and we hope that now with BharatNet being extended to Mizoram in a big way, there has been a recent sanction, that problem will be taken care of. But definitely we have the thing in place, and if you see the latest brochure of Mizoram tourism, it is a QR code based brochure. We intend to save paper, save ink, and use it only so that people can access that QR code and come to our website. So IT strategy is a very valid part of, it's a very important part. Also, we have been sanctioned some money under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav scheme to do a visitor app for Aizawl, which is our very primary tourist location. The golf resort is located there. It is also the handloom hub of Mizoram, and most of our tourist attractions are very close to Aizawl. So that will be developed in the days to come, and we also plan to do a visitor app, a self-guided visitor app where you can do walks in Aizawl. So I think these initiatives will help the young traveler who's tech savvy and wants to be digitally enabled.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I would also like to say
Yes, ma'am.
something. Adding on to what ma'am said, we also have the website where everything is included. Right from the tour guides, you can choose to tour operators, the accommodation, everything. Apart from that, actually we are thinking of making our tourist information centers smart. So for that, we would like to request the MOT to help us in that regard. So if it's possible, sir. Just we have 17 TICs, if you could make them smart ones with kiosk and everything, so that would help us a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ministry of Tourism is establishing a national digital mission also, and I think in line with that there will be certain state interventions also. The next important, second last question is climate change. We heard about the plastic menace and the problem and the use and dispose economy. But one problem which tourists even face, that stopping plastic is not a solution. The replacement or the alternative use is very important. So what steps states are taking in that particular field? Particularly if Mizoram and Sikkim can deliver.
Yeah, the steps, we have taken some minor steps, like instead of water bottles, in North Sikkim, what they have taken out is the bamboo bottles where you can store water. Even for waste paper, waste bins also, instead of plastic, we are using the bamboo ones. So these are small initiatives that are being taken. Even in the trekking trails, the waste paper basket are all made out of bamboo and placed on the trees.
Great initiative, ma'am. Any other state would like to discuss the initiative?
For the state of Nagaland, example, the mega event like Hornbill Festival, we don't encourage use of one-time single use of plastic, but like Sikkim, we use bamboo cups, and we don't allow plastic plates, we use banana leaves. So during Hornbill, it's 100% plastic free. That's what we have been practicing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the answer. And the last question for the discussion is to Dr. Sharad Kulshresht. Sir, collaboration is the key among state, center as well as the tour operators and hoteliers. But tour operators and hoteliers always ask for incentives for moving on the field of sustainability. So what can be the solution of an integration between state, center and the industry?
According to this sustainability policy and national sustainability strategy, they very much disclose about the direct relationship, because sustainability is a matter of the partnership and great matter of inclusion. So industry side and the other side of the community sides and other stakeholders, they are very pro in this direction. So my suggestion in this thing, there is a inclusion, integration, innovation, and as well as there is a very important thing. There should be a smart, intelligent, sustainability system. So we have a disclose about what is the sustainability index criteria of the respective state. So that is a very important part of the smart technology. So we have to, and the another thing, the best success story of the industry player, they should be share time to time their portal. So they can also encourage not on the marketing point of view, but as a destination planner, and some other stakeholders also know about the destination. And one more point, actually, I just want to share. There should be although Minister of Tourism is rewarded and awarded all these our industry stakeholders, industry players, but there is specifically a National Tourism Sustainability Practitioner Certificate should be given to the small micro enterprise also. So they have encourage and inclusion in this direction. And one more thing, the state level, there should be a very important day. Why we not make a sustainable practice, tourism practice day, months or after months. So we have to, know the relevance and effective uses of the best sustainability practices in this direction.
Thank you, Dr. Sharath, for your comprehensive answer. So with this, we will end the discussion, and I thank you all the panelists for giving the answers as well as telling us the right intention they carry for the sustainable development of tourism in their states. Now I would like to call for the closing remarks, Shri Prashant Ranjan ji, Director, Ministry of Tourism for the closing remarks.
Respective Secretary Sir, Manisha Ma'am, dignitaries on the dais, senior officials from the ministry, and dear friends. As discussed today, we have seen and felt that tourism has an impact on all the sections of society, and sustainable tourism and responsible tourism has the potential to contribute to the aims and goals that Sustainable Development Goals of UN has made for 2030. India is moving very fast to achieve these goals under the commitment of our Prime Minister to reduce the emissions intensity, and this has started last month also with the mission Life that has been launched. The ministry has come up with a national strategy for sustainable development early this year to position India as a preferred global destinations, which the moderator has explained in detail and Secretary Sir has also said. The practical example of this we can see in the new redefined scheme of Swadesh Darshan 2, in which most of the states from the northeast have given their proposals for redefining the destinations as per sustainable and responsible tourism. So these presentations today made us assured that the vision of the ministry and the actions of the states are going hand in hand, and it will promise further that we are on the right track of growth together on the issue of sustainable tourism and responsible tourism. Thank you all for being a part of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we will end this session, and I request everyone present here to please move for the lunch in the basement. Post lunch, we will be meeting again for the second session on investment in tourism. Thank you very much, everyone. And I thank all the dignitaries on the dais as well. Thank you.
We'll start the session on investment promotion post lunch.
May I request everyone to get seated? The program will be start shortly. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the next session, and this is going to be a session for investment opportunities in tourism sector. And on the stage, I would like to call up Veyalo Dolo, Additional Director, Tourism, Nagaland; Philip P. Tairiang, Assistant Director, Directorate of Tourism, Meghalaya; Karma Yutsu, Special Secretary, Tourism, Sikkim; Dr. Sanjeev Ningomam, Center Coordinator, IIM Shillong; Amaresh Tiwari, Vice Chairman, ICPB; Shamin Akhtar, Vice Chairman, SBI CAPS; Gurpreet S. Walia, Heads Business Development Club, Mahindra; Jayanta Das, Area Director, Northeast, Kathmandu, Bhutan, Darjeeling, and General Manager, Vivanta Guwahati; Prasan Ranjar, Director, Ministry of Tourism; Manisha Saxena, Principal Secretary, Tourism, Government of Mizoram. You may kindly take your seat. In this session, we will have a state presentation from 3 states, Meghalaya, Nagaland, and Sikkim. And this is a session for investment opportunities in tourism sector. Where's Manisha, man? Manisha. In this session, we will have a presentation from the 3 states, Meghalaya, Nagaland, and Sikkim. And this is going to be a session for investment opportunities in tourism sector.
क्या ये वाकई में इंडिया है? नील गगन सा पानी, ये जरूर सपना होगा। इंडिया के घने जंगलों में स्वीडिश मसाज? ना ना ना, नॉट पॉसिबल। वॉकिंग ऑन द ग्रेट वॉल? इंडिया में? जी हाँ, ये इंडिया ही है। क्लब महिंद्रा का इंडिया। देश भर में 70 से ज्यादा बेहतरीन रिजॉर्ट्स के साथ क्लब महिंद्रा, वी कवर इंडिया, यू डिस्कवर इंडिया।
The year was 1996. It had been 5 years since the economic liberalization. India had opened up, and its dreams and aspirations were on the cusp of takeoff. Things were transforming, and the change was visible in every big and small facet of India and its people. Lifestyles were changing, and the way we spent our holidays was changing too. Till then, every Indian holiday meant a journey back to hometowns, grandparents and relatives. It was a tradition long entrenched in the lives of Indians. But a change was in the offing. And that is where our vision was born. We used the impetus of this shift in perspective that many Indians were having about holidays and travel. We redefined the way Indians experienced their holidays. We began our journey in 1996 and soon we had our initial members. Over the last 26 years, we have been making moments magical and smiles wider for our big member family, which is now 260,000 strong. On our 26th anniversary, let us take a journey back in time to the key milestones we have achieved and the journey we have transcended.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a session for investment opportunities in tourism sector. So to start this session, I would like to call Mrs. Manisha Saxena, Secretary Tourism Mizoram, to have a welcome remarks. And apart from this, she may continue with the presentation. Let's give a big applause of hand to Madam Manisha Saxena.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you know, tourism is not one economic activity. It is actually a total of a whole lot of activities which makes a place tourist friendly or otherwise. So for tourism to improve, first of all, you need tourism products. You need adventure sports, hiking, trekking, buildings, facilitation, wayside amenities, food, transport. There are so many components to a seamless tourism experience. So investment, when we talk of investment in tourism, it is not just investment in tourist properties or development of tourism destinations. It is also the investment in the entire ecosystem which will run that destination. So you need skill development for tour guides, you need skill development for hospitality, you need transport services up to the last mile, you need people to do those services, you need to have a feedback mechanism. There is so much that goes into tourism. So I think investment in tourism is not just contained to the investment in state schemes or Ministry of Tourism schemes. It is actually each and every element of investment into the state's economy and ecosystem which makes it. So the government can fund a few things. The government can fund the basic infrastructure. For example, you saw yesterday that the foundation stone was laid for the bamboo link roads in Mizoram. These roads are meant to service the bamboo plantation areas. But for sure, once a road which is bringing back bamboo is there, it will definitely take tourists to those areas as well. There would be investment in developing the facilities, convention centers, hotels, resorts, golf, all other things, paragliding centers. But then they will not work unless you have trained manpower to run them, unless you have people who can actually know and follow the safety precautions, people who understand that sport and the climate of that area. So government can fund the construction of a convention center, but whether conferences will happen or not in that convention center depends on investment in transport, investment in urban basic services, investment in human resources, and so many other things. So when we talk of investment, we have to be absolutely broad and foresighted in our approach. So in this session on investment, we hope that a synergy and convergence will be established between the investment required for promoting tourism in different sectors, be it education, be it skill development, be it hospitality, transport, other wayside services, and in general, making tourism more and more comfortable. It also depends on the kind of tourist you are targeting. If you are targeting a budget tourist, you really don't need to develop much. But then you will get a budget tourist who will not add much value. Of course, those budget tourists are important and very, very intrinsic to the tourism economy. But the value for money comes from the affluent tourists. So you have to have that entire gamut of budget to affluent properties, services, which will make a tourist experience wholesome. I won't take very long for my opening remarks, and I would let the panel come up with the solutions to these. I would just like to make a very small presentation on investment opportunities in Mizoram. Mizoram at a glance, this is the third time I'm doing this, so I'm sure all of you know it. We have an area of 21,081 square kilometers. Our international border, which is 85% of our border, is 722 kilometers. The highest point is Phongpui, which is also known as the Blue Mountains. The temperature is usually 11 to 24 degrees Celsius in winter and 20 to 30 degrees Celsius in summer. Very moderate, very beautiful climate. We have a long monsoon, but it is beautiful, and to spend monsoons in Mizoram is a next level of bliss. That is what I can say. I've been here since May, and I have spent the prime of monsoons in Aizawl. The population of Mizoram as per the 2011 census is 11 lakhs. Extrapolating it, it would be around 14 lakhs now. Our longest river is the Tlong River, which is a part of the inland waterways navigation project from Assam right up to Mizoram. We have the third highest literacy rate in India, and it is amongst the fastest growing states. It is the second largest producer of bamboo in the Northeast India. We have a lot of festivals. Our important festivals are Chapchar Kut, which is a harvest festival around spring. We have the Winter Festival, which is basically a Department of Tourism festival to promote tourism. The Anthurium Festival we had in the month of in October this year. And that is to promote the Anthurium flower. I'm sure you would have noticed these beautiful flowers. They're all real. They look artificial, but they're all real flowers, and they're all from Mizoram itself. We have other many festivals, and we have a state animal, Sero, and we have the state bird, which is the Hume's pheasant. Our state flower is Sendri, red vanda, and state tree is the Indian rose chestnut tree. We have a lot of investable projects on offer. We have the Aizawl Golf Resort, which we would very much want to run on a private partnership mode. We have a number of hill resorts. We would like to come up with ropeways, skywalks, and amusement parks. Right now, we only have the Falkland Park in Aizawl, which is a little bit of what we have in terms of an amusement park. And we are open for investment for all these hotels, resorts, more golf courses, ropeways, skywalks, etc. in PPP mode. We have a lot of properties, Aizawl Golf Course being the primary one, which we are willing to outsource on revenue sharing basis or lease basis, depending on, we'll go by the advice of SBI CAPS. We hope that they will help us get through this process in a very organized manner. So we have three categories of investments in properties: the bigger assets like Aizawl Golf Course and Wellness Center, and various larger tourist lodges of 40 rooms and more. Then we have the mid-range properties of the state tourism, which are in very picturesque locations, around 20 to 40 rooms, near Tamdil, near Palakdil, which is now a Ramsar wetland, in other cities, prominent cities, and some very picturesque locations like the Serluibi lake. And there are small properties which we have already outsourced to some local businesses, and some of them are still available. So that is all from Mizoram, and we would be available for any stakeholders to invest in the training and management of adventure sports, river rafting, hiking, etc. People who can come train our local communities and hand it over to them. So even that is something for which we would be looking forward. We hope to have a network of helicopter services set up in the state, because otherwise the road distances are quite a lot. So chopper services, caravan tours, all these are categories of products that we are ready to look at. And I hope that this session and the synergies we built in this ITM will help us take these forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam, for the presentation. And yes, next up we have Mr. Philip F. Tariang, Assistant Director, Directorate of Tourism from Meghalaya.
A very good afternoon to everyone and all the panelists on the dais. I know post-lunch sessions are usually quite tough to go through, but I'll be very quick and short in my presentation. So here it goes. This is some quick glance at what Meghalaya is all about in terms of the area, the GDP about $5 billion US. We have a population of about 38 lakhs, and of course the forest cover, which I had mentioned earlier in the morning as well. And of course, home to a lot of unique villages, which I had also mentioned in my earlier presentation in the morning. We have such villages throughout the state. We have just mentioned a few of the prominent ones here. So like places like the cleanest village in Bodoland, the Umngot River, and of course the Kongtong Wishing village. And of course, Meghalaya, we are talking about 10 in 10. We want to be among the top Indian states in 10 years term. That is our focus, our vision for now, for 2032. And of course, in terms of the vision that we have, we want our per capita GSDP to grow, and the SDG achievement also in terms of our sustainable development goals also. And the pillars of growth for this, we are looking at human capital, the primary sector, and of course, infrastructure development, which is one of the very important pillars in this. And of course, what comes along with this is entrepreneurship and the environment, which is very critical, of course, and governance. If you look at Meghalaya, in fact, in this slide, we're talking about the ongoing EAPs that we have now, the externally aided projects, most of them from World Bank and IFAD and JICA. And of course, our focus also is in terms of the tourism project, which we look into the Meghalaya Eco-Tourism Infrastructure Development, where we are looking at an investment of about $98.8 million, and a lot of unique, iconic projects that are coming up under this, particular project as well. And of course, the second one is the eco-tourism development for empowering rural youth and conserving natural resources in places like Saura, a very important biodiversity hotspot of the state. And we want to tie up with the community in working out these projects as well. And of course, a spotlight for all this, like I mentioned, is places with the biodiversity hotspot like Maulandong, which has the Living Root Bridge, and other areas, Mausanram, Saura, which has a forest cover of almost 76 to 80%. And again, the famous caves, which I had mentioned earlier as well, the rivers, and of course the villages, the communities, which are a very strong aspect and the USP of our state. And of course, the tourism prospects in Meghalaya, if you look at our festivals and events, we have a whole lot of events throughout the year in terms of our calendar of events, starting from January all the way to December, lined up throughout the months. And of course, we are looking into tourism prospects in Meghalaya in terms of investments in areas of nature tourism, adventure tourism, and of course in terms of infrastructure, in terms of properties. These are some of the unique resorts, homestays and guest houses that we have. And of course our festivals. I had mentioned earlier in the morning that our Cherry Blossom Festival, which we have started a few years back, has grown exponentially, and we'll be starting the festival this year. It will kick off on 21st November, that is on Monday, and we are expecting a huge lineup of artists from across the world. Question is, why invest in tourism in Meghalaya? As you can see, in a period of a decade or so, our growth in terms of tourist arrivals has been very consistent. We have grown. In 2010, it was just about 6 lakhs, over 6 lakhs, and now we have doubled that amount in a period of about 10 years. And we have been able to do that consistently through a lot of publicity, through a lot of investment in various fields. And of course, after 2019, all of us are aware that because of the pandemic, we have been hit hard. But we are hoping that now that the industry is opened again, we'll be able to match those figures again. We'll able to draw in the crowd that we want in. And also we are looking at getting in high-value tourists who can spend substantial amount in our communities, in our villages, to see the uniqueness of our state. And of course, when we talk about investment in Meghalaya, we're talking about our tourism convergence with cooperative societies. We are working hand in hand with them. We are working in community PPPs. We are hand-holding with the various cooperative societies to work with them right from the grassroots level. And of course, I had mentioned earlier in the morning also about the Meghalaya Grassroots Music Project, where we are giving a platform to young people to showcase their skills in terms of music throughout the state. And in this particular picture, in fact, right behind me, you can see that this particular concert was performed in one of the very famous caves around Cherrapunji. And of course, as mentioned earlier, we are trying to scale up our, our shortage in accommodation by support in terms of homestays. We are providing up to 70% assistance in setting up unique homestays. Some of these homestays are very, very unique in some villages. So we are supporting these areas and communities in building this, this part of, of our investment as well. And if you talk about the factors, of course, you can talk about resources. The government of Meghalaya has identified land pockets, land banks, whereby private investors can come and invest in setting up branded hotels and probably resorts. And of course, we have a good power supply that we can offer. And our resources is that we have a large number of young, educated and skilled workforce. They are very educated. They speak good English, a good command over English and other languages, of course. And we have a huge young population of young people who are ready to be to work in this sector, in fact. So, of course, the other part is the huge natural resource and immense tourism potential, and of course, the improved connectivity that we've had in the past few years now, in terms of good road connectivity and connectivity to flight as well. And of course, if you talk about policies in place, we have the community public-private policy. I think it's one of the most unique that we have done in the country, where we have a community PPP mode with the villages and all that in the community level. Because if you look at Meghalaya, it's unique in the sense that most of the land belongs to the community. So we are having a partnership with them where we can work together in the field of tourism, whereby the benefit will go to the community, to the person, to the stakeholder who's running the property, and also to the government as well. And of course, we have the state youth policy, the Meghalaya industrial policy, Northeast Industrial Development Scheme as well. And of course, the policies which are under draft right now is the tourism policy. This we have already drafted, and we are in tie-up with our various stakeholders to give their feedback on these policies, and once that is done, probably we'll be able to notify this as well. And of course, apart from that is the organic agriculture policy and the electric vehicle policy that we're looking into, because we want to put focus on the electric vehicle for our some of the destinations in Meghalaya as well. This particular policy on electric vehicles, we are putting a very strong impact from our side, so that this particular policy comes into place very soon. And of course, when you talk about the stability and the growth outlook, among the fastest growing states, leader in the program implementation of service delivery, of course, and of course the Vision 2032. And investment opportunities in Meghalaya, of course, will be in the fields of accommodation units, like I said earlier, in terms of hotels, resorts, and of course roads. We are looking into ropeways as a form of connectivity as well with some of our tourist spots. And of course, capacity building, which is very, very important, especially among our youth, who will be trained to be employable in this sector. And of course, into new circuits, we are looking into new circuits. I had mentioned earlier in the morning about new circuits in areas like Balpakram, which is a very famous national park, and of course about rural tourism as well. So that's about it from Meghalaya. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful presentation. And next up, we have Mr. Violo Dolo, Additional Director, Tourism, Nagaland.
most respected delegates on the dais, dignitaries on the dais, captains of the tourism industries, stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen. At this point of time, I want to share with you all why Nagaland tourism needs investors. In fact, like any other states in the Northeast, Nagaland also have got everything except two things. That is, we don't have beaches or seashores, we don't have deserts, but we also have everything what other northeastern states are having. You name it, from rural tourism, from ecotourism to rural tourism, from rural tourism to village tourism or cultural tourism, from cultural tourism, from festival tourism, from festival tourism to musical tourism, from music tourism to fashion tourism, from fashion tourism to agro and allied tourism, from agro and allied tourism to horti-tourism, and from horti-tourism to honey tourism to bamboo tourism and craft tourism, you name it, we have everything except ocean and deserts. And that's why we want to impress or invite the captains of the tourism industry is, you please come and do invest. Unless we don't have anything to offer, and it is not fair on our part to invite you. So, few months back, we had an investors and CSR conclave in Kohima. So at the time, many investors they have given interested in Nagaland, so which I'll come to it later on. But why Nagaland is inviting the investor is, of course, we need our main focus is capacity building and skill development. That is one of the main sectors. I will not be reading the slides, so I'll just click it. Though these are the opportunities I'll be sharing, but in the meantime I'll be talking. But our main focus and our main interest is the capacity building and skill development. And for that matter, we'll see, Nagaland, we have, firstly, Nagaland, English is our official language. And there is no communication problem. And we are proud to say that we have a human resource. We export human resource to the cities and outside the world. Most of the cities in the star hotels, in the resorts, you'll see Naga young women, boys and girls. But still then back at home, we need a skill development, capacity building. And why we need this is, again, at the same time, we don't have a carrying capacity. For example, in our commercial hub, Dimapur, we have enough. What Sikkim can provide, we can also have, I think we can have enough accommodation, at least in our commercial city, Dimapur. But imagine in Kohima, we hardly have 600 capacities, hotel rooms. So we are badly in need of that infrastructures. And for that, we want the investors to come in and be a part and build the tourism industry in Nagaland. And we want to do it in a phased manner. Another is that we encourage the homestays, but in Kohima, we have around 80 homestays coming up. This Hornbill Festival, where we see an increase of 20-30 households. But still we need, because now we are compelled to go for tentage facilities outside or the periphery of the main venue that is called Kisama Naga Heritage Village. That is why our main focus is the carrying capacity plus the skill development. We can hardly mention 4, 5, 6 luxury hotels. So repeatedly I've been saying, but please do come and invest. And we also have this, our own, is a government land also is somewhere, in some parts of the Kohima government land also is available, but particularly the land belongs to the department, tourism department. In Kohima, we have got 27 acres, which is lying idle, is in the idle spot. You can have a bird's eye view of Kohima city. That is 27 acres of land that belongs to the tourism department. And again, we have more than 300 acres in Dimapur that overlooking the whole Dimapur city that is ready to offer to the investors. And of all these things, beyond all these things, that we are talking about only Dimapur and Kohima, but we have got so many districts. Now, till last year, it was only 11 districts, but now Nagaland has been upgraded to 16 districts. So in all these districts, we hardly have circuit houses. So, and the deeper you go inside, the eastern side, the west, northern side, the southern side, the deeper you go into the inside Nagaland, the more beautiful it is besides Dimapur and Kohima. The deeper you go towards Myanmar side, the more attraction you'll find. Example, last month we went to Polinka Cave. That is near Myanmar border. We went there to celebrate World Tourism Day. And to our surprise, they said, the villagers said there is a cave. And they said there are 8 caves in a row. But we could discover only 1 cave. And 1 cave alone can, entry point, 1 person can enter. But once you enter that hole, you can host more than 1,000 people. The ceiling is higher than this. It's all stalactite stone or marble or whatever. It's so cute, so unique. And it was kept hidden by the villagers because Nagas were headhunters. And not only that, because of the political issue between Indian and Nagas, and also with the Myanmar sometimes, they kept that as a security or as a refuge. And they kept it hidden from the outside world. But now, with the peace in place, now they have slowly opening, they started opening. Now they are willing to open that another 8 caves. So we are planning to explore that in the month of February with the experts. So such things, such like that, we have everything from the hard track till the softest honey. We have a honey mission department, we have a bamboo mission department, and Nagaland is the only department having honey mission department, bamboo mission department, music mission department. So all these are circled around the tourism activities. So investors can come in all kinds of sense of, be it fashion, be it music, be it any bamboo like Mizoram, or be it adventure trek, or even for the security, when you explore the cave, when you climb up the cave, you can do some projects, you can invest like that. So Nagaland is waiting for you. Please do come and invest. And the recent conclave that we had in Kohima was that we signed a letter of intent with the Apollo group of hotels. So we are about to sign the MOU due to our busy schedule. We couldn't make it, materialize it, but very soon we are going to sign the MOU with the Apollo group of hotels. And then even the Taj group, Sir Jointo Das is here. He can't wait for us to send him a letter of intent for Vivanta hotels. So we're also looking for that. And besides that, we have also signed MOU with the TPCI, that is for Nagaland Institute of Hotel Management, which will run by, in a PP mode, will be run by Suction Foundation, School of Foundation will be running together. And again, we have already signed an MOU like many other northeastern states with the NHLML, that ropeways. So ropeways also will be coming up very soon. So please do come and invest in Nagaland repeatedly. I'm inviting you on behalf of the government of Nagaland, Department of Tourism. And also, please do visit, because this will be my last standing. I want to take this opportunity to invite you to the Hornbill Festival. And one thing, Hornbill Festival, you might heard about it, but in brief, just one more minute. The one thing I want to tell, Hornbill Festival is a festival in incomplete. In complete senses. Because during Hornbill Festival, you'll see the cultural festival, you'll see the music festival, you'll see the agro festival, you'll see the horti festival, you'll see the honey festival, you'll see the bamboo festivals, you'll see the literature festival, you'll see the film festival, you'll see all kinds of talent festivals. So everything in one place, you'll see it. So please do come and visit us during Hornbill Festival, which will start from 1st December to 10 December. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for a great presentation. And yes, moving on to our last presentation, may I call Madam Karma Yutso, Special Secretary, Tourism Department, Sikkim.
Good afternoon. So I start with my presentation, tourism investment opportunities in Sikkim. So we have a vision, so that is investor-friendly environment for sustainable and eco-friendly. Again, for any investment also, we always look for eco-friendly policies, eco-friendly ventures. So while if you venture into anything, we want to ensure that the nature is conserved as well as the cultural heritage is conserved. Then why we want the investors to come to Sikkim is we want some innovative tourism products and services for long-term economic growth. And again, we are stressing on environmental sustainability. So that forms the core of our investment policies also. So another reason is equitable distribution of tourism to all parts of Sikkim. Some parts, they have not been touched by tourism, so we want it to be equally distributed all over the state. Then continuing with the objectives, we want high standards in terms of quality, safety and security, and to make Sikkim all-season and multiple option tourist destination. Then the key principles we have, we want the best quality infrastructures and services, and again sustainability, not to be at the cost of degradation of the environment and our natural resources. Then we also want to preserve our cultural integrity and not disturb the cultural harmony of the state, and equity and inclusiveness. So it should not be disadvantaged by gender, remoteness and poverty. So these are our strengths: peaceful and progressive state, first fully organic state with green, clean environment, natural beauty, which you are all aware of, and a very high literacy rate of over 90%. And most of our people can speak English, Hindi very fluently, and other local languages. And the people are naturally hospitable. The other one is the diverse tourism products with the presence of world's third highest mountain, the Mount Kanchenjunga, and KNP as a World Heritage Site. And we also have the Kailash Man Sarovar Yatra, which has not taken place after the COVID pandemic. Then we have cultural diversity, adventure sites, pilgrimage sites, rural homestays and leisure tourism. And the tourist footfall is high. So you can have a look at this, the tourist footfall over the last decade. Sikkim was adjudged as one of the best destinations, 10 best destinations to visit
in 2014 by the Lonely Planet. So after that, the footfall increased considerably. Then now the opportunities that are presented for the investors. There is a high demand for rural tourism and village tourism. So any investor, if you are interested, you can go into this. And scope for improvement or an augmentation of already we have adventure tourism, but it has not been explored to its full potential. And activities like bungee jumping, skiing has not been done in our state, but there are parts of the state where there is snow and skiing can be explored. Whitewater rafting, mountain biking and camping infrastructures. And another very important aspect is amenities like ropeways. We already have 3 ropeways. One is in Gangtok town itself. One is in southern part which connects Tamdupsi, the tourist destination, and one is in Changu Lake. So these 3 we have. So in addition, if you are interested, we can have more ropeways. And another one is heli service. Now we have only one heli service that operates from Bagdogra Airport in West Bengal. So that is a 5-seater single engine helicopter by Pawan Hans. And the department is also in the process of acquiring another, getting into an MOU with another party for a 15-seater helicopter, but you still have scope over there if you're interested in heli services. And MICE tourism infrastructure, this has not been explored, and convention centers and high-end resorts with conference facilities. So we do have some high-end hotels, but there are still more scope for them to come up. And for accommodation sector as well, so you can come up with hotels, wellness spa we don't have just now, so investors can look into this, health resorts. And for leisure tourism also, you can look for amusement park. We just have one. Theme parks, cultural centers, golf course. For golf course, actually there was one identified land. One of the private parties was, they had already signed an agreement with us, but it's been some years that they have not been corresponding with us. So I think we will be doing away with that agreement, and then a new investor can come up. This is very near to Gangtok. It is in a place called Pangthang. So there you have a golf course facility, as well as the land is also, it's quite a huge portion of land. Now the state support, I put this in the italics because it is just our suggestion right now. To what extent the state government can give us, we are not too sure about it, because we are in the process of formulating a tourism investment policy right now. So power subsidy, actually we are a power surplus state, so this power subsidy might come up, and 50% exemption on registration fees with departments for first 5 years, and 75 exemption on stamp duties and registration. And the next one, the facilitation support in procurement of land. Now land, we have a land bank in the state, so some portion of lands are already available. So mostly you can get it in the form of lease, either 33 or 99. It could be 33 plus 33, not altogether 99 in one go. So I think with that I end my presentation. And another information I would like to give is the state will be holding the Sikkim Investment Summit in probably in the end of February, which is being organized by the Commerce and Industries Department. So if you are interested, you can visit the website sikkiminvestmentsummit.com. sikkiminvestmentsummit.com.
And another thing is, recently Sikkim was adjudged as the best film destination. So again, filmmakers and others, they can think of coming to Sikkim for making their films. Instead of going to Switzerland, we already have Switzerland in Sikkim. So you are most welcome. So investors are welcome, all visitors are welcome. And with that, I end and thank everyone. I would also like to thank my colleague, Assistant Director, Mr. Prashant Pakrin, who's accompanied me to this program. So thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for the presentation. And moving on, a presentation by SBI CAPS. May I call upon Sri Shanim Aker, Vice President. And after presentation, he will be the moderator for the question and answer round 2 and may take it directly after his presentation. And I request one person can take a maximum of 3 minutes only for question and answer round as we are running out of time. Moving on to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll just quickly take you through about what is SBI CAPS and what do we do in the government advisory domain, particularly for monetization of assets. We are a subsidiary of SBI, the largest bank of India. We are 100% owned by the State Bank of India. We primarily work in bid advisory, transaction advisory, monetization of assets, M&A, policy advisory, project advisory, business planning, and fund mobilization, including ECA funds. Our strength lies in understanding very complex situations and providing end-to-end customized solutions. We have immense experience in conceptualizing and executing complex and high-stake transactions of national importance. We have concluded several assignments successfully which had no parallels. There were no precedents nor any readily available solutions to bank upon. We have designed processes with utmost rigor. They have stood the test of time. The robustness and the efficacy of these strategies and processes have been tested multiple times and have always withstood the test of times. We have a dedicated team of senior and mid-level people who work on government advisory to avoid any conflict of interest. They do not work for any other clients. They're only working with government clients. We are audited by the CAG and we have a very clear understanding about conflict of interest, public scrutiny and confidentiality. We are empowered with the Niti Aayog as a transaction advisor under the monetization category and the pipeline category. We'll quickly show you some of the key transactions we have done in the tourism and the hospitality space. So for NDMC, which is New Delhi Municipal Council, we handled the Taj Mansingh auction, the Hotel Connaught auction, and the Janpath Tourist Lodge auction processes. Each of them, we almost helped them double the revenue share which they were earning previously. For the Hotel Lalit, which is again a flagship property for NDMC, we helped them estimate the license fee as per the market rentals. We are currently working with NDMC for estimating the license fee of 75 small shops spread across the New Delhi Municipal Council area. And we also helped the Airport Authority of India in estimating the reserve price and the license fee for a hotel near Begumpet Airport. Currently, we are working with the government of Jammu and Kashmir on 3 properties. One is the Hotel Centaur in Srinagar, Hotel Ashok in Jammu, and a land parcel in Gulmarg, which used to be ITDC Hotel Ashok. The end-to-end process involved stakeholder consultation, gathering market feedback, formulation of a strategy for monetization, a development of a concession framework, and a model RFP, finalization of bid documents, bid parameters, and reserve prices, running the entire e-auction process, and then hand-holding the government and signing the agreements. We can, I think, skip this part because enough has been told about all the various states by the state people already. So we can just quickly run this through. We'll quickly come across as to what can be done with tourism assets that have been created by various state governments and the Ministry of Tourism at the center. We have clubbed the various asset types depending on their nature. So we have assets for halting and lodging like log huts, floating lounges, houseboats, rest shelters, convention centers, which could be put on either on a long-term lease or a medium-term lease. F&B outlets could be put on a short-term to medium-term leases, amphitheaters, entertainment centers, again on a medium-term lease. Parking spaces, central halls, maybe a medium-term lease or a OMDA. Sport facilities, again a medium-term lease or a OMDA. The sound and light shows are more of entertainment venues, again can work on a short-term lease or an OMD agreement. Wayside amenities can be put up on an OMDA. Again, these depends based on the size of the assets and the capex required and may change if the nature changes. The kind of support that we can provide policy advisory in the infrastructure and other domain. We can help in preparing monetization strategies, in assessment of asset readiness and market expectations. We can help in formulating robust PPP frameworks and concession agreements. And again, like as I said earlier, manage the entire bid process and the transaction process end to end. These are some key marquee transactions that we have done for other ministries. We have been handling transactions for Ministry of Coal since 2015, for Ministry of Mines since 2015, Government of Gujarat since 2016. We have been working with Government of Odisha, Government of Madhya Pradesh, Government of Gujarat, Maharashtra, UP, Goa and Assam for mineral auctions. And we have helped them in auctioning around 100 mineral blocks of more than 5 billion tons of resources worth 10 lakh crores. We have also worked with Government of UP in the UP EIDA Ganga Expressway on VGA-based funding, have worked with DIPAM for NINL disinvestment, and we have been working with more than 250 government agencies across various sectors on nomination basis for various mandates. Thank you very much. So welcome the whole panel for the panel discussion. So to quickly start through, I think we have a question for Mr. Jayanta Das, Cluster General Manager for Northeast Darjeeling and General Manager Vivanta Guwahati. So we have a quick question for him, which is coming from Meghalaya Tourism. Vivanta Group has recently opened its property in Shillong. What is the prospect of more star category and luxurious resorts coming up in Meghalaya?
Okay, a very good afternoon. First of all, through Manisha ji, I would like to thank the government of Mizoram for being a wonderful, benevolent host. I think we've been very well looked after so far, and it's been a flawless event as far as the ITM is concerned. So a big thank you, Manisha ji, to you and the wonderful team. Thank you. Before I go into the question for Meghalaya, briefly let me speak about the organization that I represent. The Indian Hotels Company, or IHCL, is the hospitality arm of the Tatas. It was incorporated by the founder of the Tata Group, Mr. Jamshedji Tata, as early as 1903. So it's almost a company that is 120 years old, probably the largest, oldest and the finest hospitality chain in the Southeast Asian continent. So we currently operate and own around 200 hotels across 4 continents, 12 countries, 80 locations, almost 20,000 rooms with a staff strength of close to 30,000. I think it would be a matter of pride for all of us as Indians to say that for the last 2 consecutive years, Taj has been acknowledged as the strongest hotel brand in the world. And the strongest brand amongst all sectors in India by Brand Finance. So we strongly believe that India is on a growth path, and tourism is one area which I think is going to be the driving of economy for India, particularly Northeast. As an organization, we are focused overall on the growth of tourism in this region, the 8 states of Northeast. And that's very evident because we had one hotel in 2015, the Vivanta Guwahati, and 2 Ginger, which was the Ginger in Agartala and the Ginger in Guwahati in 2015. But over the last 2 years, we opened up 3 hotels, one at Karshiong, though not part of Northeast, but we considered that as in the same geographic area, a Vivanta in Pakyong, and very recently we opened the Vivanta at Shillong. And I would like to use this platform to say that over the next 4 months, we would have a total of 8 hotels in Northeast. We're in the process of opening a Taj in Gangtok, a second in Gangtok, and a Vivanta at Tawang. So with these, we'll have 8 hotels operational in the Northeast. From 1 hotel in 2015, 8 hotels by the end of this financial year. So this definitely shows the commitment that we have in terms of driving tourism in this part of the country. We are in the process, in the discussion process, some of them quite advanced, on 15 projects across Northeast. It's not a small number. And with a lot of humility, I must say, we are probably the only organized hospitality chain in the country who can boast of having such a strong network of hotels in this region. So while I say 15 hotels are at the discussion stage, and some of them, of course, in terms of the way we operate, are through our own investment. Few of them are on PPP model with the government at different states, and some of them are with our own strategic investors. So we follow different model of business. So we, of course, are, except for Mizoram, we have been having either our presence or looking at opening up hotels in the other 7 states. And this is my first visit to Mizoram. And I would like to assure Manisha ji, they will definitely evaluate about the potential that we, of opening up a brand through one of our brands, probably at Aizawl, but we'll definitely evaluate that. Now, we recently opened up the Vivanta last month in Shillong. This was a project for last 34 years. It has been, this hotel has been in a development stage. It was only last 4 years that the government of Meghalaya entrusted us with the responsibility of opening up that hotel. And I think we have done that within the timeline that we had committed. So we are very happy that we are in Meghalaya right now with the Vivanta. And answering to your question, we are also in the process of discussion with another brownfield project in Shillong, which we consider should be coming under our selection brand. Apart from that, we would like to assure the government of Meghalaya, during the opening of the hotel at Vivanta, where the Honorable CM, Mr. Conrad Sagma, was there, we had a discussion and we communicated our intention to work in other areas of Meghalaya, Barapani, Cherrapunji are the two locations that we are definitely looking at. So given the right environment and support from the government, we are absolutely keen to evaluate options in other locations as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Just as a follow-on to this one, now the Northeast is a biodiversity hotspot, right? In this light, how do you think the Taj Group would be expanding its footprint in the Northeast? Like, other than these kind of properties which are in the city, are you thinking of assets coming in the remoter areas?
Okay, I think it's quite an relevant question. Though we are an Indian brand with international presence, but I think this is one company where we believe in creating destinations. Again, with a lot of humility, I must say, Goa was never known till we made Foda Goda. Kerala was never known till we made a Taj Malabar or a Taj Kumarakam. When we made Taj Kumarakam, we did not even have a proper infrastructure to reach the hotel. Half of it we traveled by road and half of it we actually took waterways to reach there. We created destinations like Coorg. We created destinations. Recently we opened up a hotel in Wayanad. We are present in remote locations like Andamans. We are actually evaluating opportunities to open hotels at probably every corner of Northeast. Wherever there is a potential, and it all depends upon the support that we get from the local authorities, from the state government. And once we have that and we are assured of that, we are ready to evaluate hospitality projects at even the remote locations of Northeast.
So there's a follow-up question to that from the state of Mizoram, is that Mizoram currently does not have a star-rated hotel. So in that sense, what would be the best strategy to attract a star-rated hotel into the state?
See, not just about Mizoram. I think a couple of things which of course will encourage investors to come down to a state. One is, I think, for Northeast, what has been the most important decisive factor is about the peace in the area. And I think today, over the last 8-10 years, we have seen Northeast is probably one of the most peaceful area in the country. So that's the first criteria that any investor would look at, number one. I feel under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, we have a union government which is absolutely focused on the growth, economic growth of Northeast, and we want to be a partner of it. In most of the state governments, we find very dynamic, agile leadership who wants to work and probably focus a lot on tourism, and that's where we come in. But what is important for an investor to actually have a serious thought before they come, before they probably get into the investment mode is the policies that are there in the state. Now, I very strongly feel for all our 8 northeastern states that we are present here, the state government definitely needs to formulate policies which can incentivize the investors. You need to have policies like rebate on state GST for probably the next 15 years or 10 years, subsidy on electricity tariffs. And to take it a step ahead, I think we should look forward to give industry status to this, to tourism. Because at the end of the day, tourism would be probably the most money-churning vertical as far as these 8 states is concerned. So why can't we even consider giving an industry status to tourism? At the same time, I think Northeast states collectively we should reach out to the government of India and ask them to bring back the central subsidy policy which was there and which just expired 31st of this March. If I may use this platform, I think I would urge all the 8 state governments that we are working together now, please bring it up. If we are really serious to see investment come in this region, we need to push the central government to bring in the central subsidies which are there. And each independent state government should promote those state incentives in terms of SGSTs, etc. The other most important factor, I think, is the connectivity, which is again a very, very crucial and decisive factor in terms of investment. I mean, we understand I have a Vivanta at Pakyong. We are coming up with a Taj in Guraskutir, in Gangtok. We have a Ginger coming up there. But the connectivity as far as Sikkim is concerned is a bit challenged. We do not have flights going there. The road connectivity from the nearest airport, which is Bagdogra, is not an easy one. And that's what I was talking to ma'am, that this is probably one thing that we need to do. So I think these are the few things that we all look at as investors. And if those are met, I'm sure Northeast will be the next tourism hub. And we will give Goa and Kerala a run for the money. Thank you.
On this, on what Mr. Jayan Das said, I would like to add that the incentives to in tourism sector and providing industry status, etc., is a part of the national tourism policy of the central government, which is at a very advanced level, and within a month it is being put up to the cabinet for approval. I would request all the states to have a look on that and take a cue from that. Please make your own state policies on the lines of the issues that is raised by the industry. Provide them some incentives. In this connection, I would like, we are very happy to say that Assam is coming up with a tourism policy and which is going to be launched very soon. So on the same note, if the other states can also come up with their respective tourism policies, it will be the great idea. While incentive to the industry is concerned, the presentation by SBI CAPS is also something which needs to be seen very closely by all the states in Northeast. Now we all know that we create a lot of resources and facilities and infrastructure, after which the operations and management become difficult due to various reasons. There we need to see into the monetization of these assets so as to create a feasibility of its sustainability, which we were already discussing in the forenoon session. Sustainability of tourism includes sustainability of the economic resources and the infrastructure that has been created. So in that connection, SBI CAPS is one of the government bodies with 100% government structure. All the states can be very clear and without any fear they can make MOUs with SBI CAPS. The government of India is making a MOU, signing a MOU very soon with SBI CAPS, so that the monetization of assets, which is not seen till now in the creation of assets in tourism, may be taken up on priority, because ultimately everything falls on the private sector in tourism otherwise to run all these. Hence, I would again request all of you states to have a closer look on the SBI initiative. Mizoram is already taking that initiative. Mizoram is having a model monetization of asset in case of one of the projects that was sanctioned and completed in Swadesh Darshan 1 scheme. Thank you.
There's a follow-up question from, again, Mizoram, which basically kind of talks about that there are many offbeat destinations like lakes, waterfalls, where it is not possible to have a permanent structure or permanent accommodation, right? So how do we go about promoting such destinations? One thing that I could think of as a consultant is that there could be like temporary campsites or caravan tourism that can be used to promote those offbeat destinations. But I would like to ask either Mr. Gurpreet or Mr. Jain to kind of give us more ideas in terms of how can such offbeat places be developed where land availability is an issue.
Okay. See, I think we need to take one step at a time. Mizoram has been, I think, one of the newest keyed as far as tourism is concerned. And I think we need to handle that with a lot more passion and a lot more thought need to be involved. At the end of the day, any investment needs to be sustainable. So I think we need to first pick up a couple of big tickets where we know it would be a sustainable project and develop them. And it's important that we develop a circuit. When somebody comes down to a state like Mizoram, it's important that we look at least 2-3 prime locations so that we can create an itinerary for a 5 to 6 days or 7 days. Because in isolation, it will never work. Nobody would probably travel down from your source markets of Delhi, Bombay, Calcutta, etc. for just one location. So initially, we would need to probably look at locations which are easily accessible, make a circuit out of them. And once we know that we have done that, we go to the next level. That's one. Secondly, I think this would be my thought and suggestion for all our 8 states of Northeast. Let us not get too overexcited about driving our tourism and get into a situation where we are overutilized. As we are in a very nascent stage of formulating our tourism policies, I think this is the right time where we need to know what is our vision, what are we looking at. With all respect, I think we definitely don't want a Darjeeling or a Puri or a Digha in Northeast. So I think it's important that we identify our tourist circuits. Yes, there would be few of them which could be for masses. So for example, a Kamakya could be for masses, but not all tourist destinations need to be for masses. It's important that we decide on certain tourist locations where we could ensure a minimum spend so that those locations doesn't get overspent, overused. Because at the end of the day, that is again related to the sustainability of those particular tourist destinations. So I think we need to be very, very mindful of that. And I have no hesitation in saying Bhutan is probably driving that very well. And I think we all need to take inspirations from Bhutan, and where we should ensure that, we look at tourism where we need to be a little more selective. And probably not for all locations, but for few locations. This could be again a part of the sustainable tourism that we all have been talking about. Thank you.
Hi, this is Gurpreet from Mahindra Holidays. Just to add on, what you are asking is doing an eco-sensitive or a log huts is sustainable for a high-end tourism. To add on to what Jayanta said, there are high-quality log huts available. At Mahindra Holidays, we're exploring going into eco-sensitive areas with creating a low minimum footprint, with those log huts creating an infrastructure to cater to the classes, right? So those are being explored, they are available in the market. Log hut doesn't mean it's a mid-segment or a low-segment tourism. you can always cater to the classes also. So that is available. And rightly said, Jayanta, you need to create circuit for a person who's coming from Delhi, Bombay, Hyderabad, Chennai, for him to spend 5 to 7 days, because Northeast is one kind of a destination. You know, you do it twice or thrice in your life. So you need to, we come out, a tourist will come out to this location, would end up spending week, 10 days for sure. So we need to create those circuits for sure and have ample activities around so that tourist is engaged and he's happy once he goes back. And that's a word of mouth publicity, what we will get for these states.
Thank you for these insightful inputs. I think that was very kind of helpful.
So I would like to add to that, and this is for all of us, the state governments, that we really need to develop some shared itineraries, because one state in the Northeast will have a lot of potential, but people would like to cover maximum ground. So like for Mizoram, we have Tripura and Manipur as our neighbors, and actually probably if we develop it well, going to Unakoti from Aizawl will be easier than coming from Agartala to Unakoti, and the Jampui area also can be utilized better if it is accessible from the Mizoram side. So I think we need to have a lot of discussion amongst ourselves and develop itineraries which are shared between 2 or 3 states so that we can optimally utilize our resources, and also provide those driving journeys, the drives which are so beautiful and through such picturesque forests and all. So I think that is also a point which we need to note in terms of infrastructure development.
I think, Manisha ji, I think it's a very valid point. Even when the way we are developing or looking at Northeast is not just a hotel in a location. We're actually looking at creating those itineraries, and many of them could be interstates. So, for example, right now, our hotel in Chiakutir in Karsiong and our hotels in Gangtok, they form an itinerary. Similarly, like Guwahati, when we have a hotel in Kaziranga, which is coming up, Shillong. So we would create itineraries along that route. And I think exactly that's how it needs to be, so that we can present Northeast as, different, as different itineraries. There could be 3, 4 itineraries being created across Northeast. And that's how I think we'll all take it up with even our other, travel fraternity. And one more important thing when we talk of infrastructure is, because there's a lot of driving which is required. There's a lot of driving which is required amongst these different destinations. Now the public utility systems, I think this is one thing that needs to be focused when we talk of creating infrastructure.
I think we have a question from our members in the audience. So this
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Rajneesh. I represent Indian Association of Tour Operators as an honorary secretary, and also an inbound tour operator, Paradise Holidays, based out of Delhi. I have traversed around most of the Northeast, seen almost all the places except Tripura is the one which I haven't done. We send a foreign tourist also here. When we talk about investment, like hotels talking about their investment in Aizawl, for example, like Taj mentioned, or other places, the connectivity, for example, now Guwahati to Shillong has become very fast. It also used to be long, or going even down to Mylong and all that. Silchar is the nearest place for someone to come to Mizoram by road, and that's 8, 9, 10 hours with the road conditions, or traveling from Kohima to Mokokchung and Won and all those areas. Looking at the itinerary, if somebody has to route doing, you're talking about, regional itineraries. You're coming from Kohima, now you can travel to Imphal. From Imphal, you have to come here to come via Silchar, which are like 17, 18 hours with various problems. Now, while investments are happening and talking about infrastructure, I think a lot is required and desired for the states to put that money into improving the infrastructure by way of the transport. For tourists to fly in either from Guwahati to this place, or, I mean, we flew from Delhi yesterday, we had to come via Kolkata. I think there is a thrice a week flight. But that's all. So connectivity is one thing, even if whether Taj or ITC or Oberoi's or Mahindra, anybody put up a hotel here in Aizawl, a number of people will still not be sustainable to best of my this thing, unless either it's a small hotel or there is a connectivity in every way possible. Thank you.
This question is always taken in such meetings, and the thing is that connectivity issue involves a lot of other ministries. However, the Udan scheme has this issue to be dealt with. We have been funding Udan scheme also through Ministry of Tourism in its champion sector, where recently also in Kushinagar we have given some money. And this we are taking on priority with the Ministry of Civil Aviation to make most of the places under Udan scheme, wherever the baseline requirement of Udan scheme is being catered to. In addition to that, Swadesh Darshan scheme is the flagship infrastructure development program, where we are going to create around 50 to 60 destinations in the next 4 years across the country, with 2 destinations each at least to each state. Now the theme of the same is sustainable and responsible tourism, and we at a part of the investment in this new scheme, we are also planning to improve the connectivity through creation of heliports and then handing over to private parties. So this issue is coming up everywhere. We are really aware of this, and we all hope that small airstrips, heliports, helipads will be coming up in Swadesh Darshan 2 scheme also. And Kerala has started a model where Kochi to Munnar is 135 kilometers. They have started a heliport with 4,999 rupees. So 4,900 rupees you can travel, and you can book the entire in 30,000, the entire helicopter. So this type of facilities can be easily replicated in Northeast. So I would request all the Northeastern states, when you send your DPRs, all your states' destinations have been finalized. Most of them. It has been finalized at the highest level. They will be finalized and notified in a month. When we do our MOU with your states, please mention that we are going to have a small airstrip, small heliport. A heliport doesn't cost much. Kerala is making in 7 to 8 crores. Now we will be giving you around 70, 80, 90 crores in every destination. In Northeast, it is very easy to replicate this Kerala model. And then you can hand over this for private parties later, or with the help of SBI caps. That is why the government of India is doing an MOU. And again, I missed to add that what SBI caps is offering is on a success fee model, which means that if they are taking 1 crore from you, and they're not taking 1 crore, if 1 crore is the fee, they will take 50 lakhs from you and 50 lakhs from the successful bidder. And they also have a model that once the successful bidder takes over, he will return the 50 lakhs to the ministry or the department or the state government. So at the end of it, the state or the government doesn't have to pay a single rupee for this SBI cap model. So please, all of you look into it, create infrastructure in Swadesh Darshan relating to connectivity, hand it over to private parties, and then it will be a good thing.
Actually, I would just like to add to it that already there are small airstrips in many places in the Northeast. Arunachal had 6 as early as the 90s. And other states also have a lot of smaller airstrips, which are not commercially viable for very large aircrafts. But if there are like 12-seater, 14-seater aircrafts, they will be very viable. So a sort of a loop service between the northeastern capitals or other important towns will go a long way in connectivity, improving like anything. And I'm sure it has been under the consideration of the Ministry of Civil Aviation for some time now. And if we mention this in our proposals in Swadesh Darshan, that these airstrips are already there and they can be used for the connectivity, it will be easier for the Ministry of Tourism to compile a proposal and ask for that connectivity, because the demand would come from the states. So I think that due diligence on part of us, the state governments, is also very important.
So I just had one more point to add upon. Skilled workforce or building competency, I think, is one very critical point in terms of driving hospitality. I would like to use this platform to share information. We understand Northeast overall has a huge potential of talent, and I think hospitality comes to us very naturally. And understanding the potential of tourism in Northeast, last month in partnership with the government of Assam, we have started a hospitality skill certification center in Guwahati. And in fact, along with government of Assam, Ministry of Skill and Tata Trust and ISCL, we started this. We should get operational from February next year. So my advice is to all the 8 states, this is a center where it would be a state-of-the-art hospitality skill center where we would actually be training and targeting people from the economically and socially backward communities. We wanted it to be absolutely free, and it's of course also residential, but the government of India wanted us to have a small part of it to be charged, because so that there is a buy-in and people take it, with the seriousness that is involved. So from all the 8 states, though it is in Assam, all the 8 states we can send, we are happy to have students from all the 8 states to come, and which will actually create course and content which is for around 3 to 4 months. And then we'll give them exposure in our hotels in the Northeast, and ISCL will do the certification process. So by the end of 6 months, every candidate would be ready and skilled for the hospitality job. And that's something that we are starting in February, and we target at least 1,000 people per year to create livelihood through that. And everybody from 8 states actually can be part of that. Thank you.
All right, so as we are running out of time, I know we are interested with that. However, yeah, I give you for 3 minutes each, but however, this is the first time happening in Mizoram, so yes, it's a very good thing. Anyway, yes, that's all for the question and answer round. And for closing remarks and vote of thanks, may I call upon Sir Prashan Ranjan, Director, Ministry of Tourism.
We have discussed a lot, so we all are on unison on this fact that the growth and development of tourism is largely led by private sector. And today's session was very key in highlighting the tourism opportunity in all the states. The presentations that were given, they are seeing that all these places are up for grabs for private investment. Be it ecotourism, adventure tourism or cultural tourism, the development of infrastructure in terms of hotels, etc., entertainment center, cultural centers, they all has to be through the private sector. That is why we kept this session. And in this regard, the per crore investment in tourism results in maximum number of employment generation. So keeping in view the area and the opportunities in Northeast, we all believe that investment in tourism will result in a lot of employment. As discussed by SBI caps on proposed monetization of assets built under Swadesh Darshan 1 scheme, Ministry of Tourism in association with State Government of Tourism, is already taking up a model which can be replicated by other states of Northeast. And we would like to thank all the businesses, investors and stakeholders gathered here for participating in today's session. And in this regard, I want to inform you that the Ministry of Tourism will be organizing a global tourism investor conclave in New Delhi in February or March 23 to provide a platform to showcase investable projects and opportunities in the Indian tourism to the global businesses. So I request all the Northeastern state to be a part of this Global Investor Summit conclave at Delhi in Feb and March and showcase your products to other private investments. As a concluding note, we thank you for your participation in making today's event a success and continuing our association to make India a hotspot and attractive investment destination in the tourism sector. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. So, before we end up, we will be having a presentation of awards to the winners of the Yuva Tourism Club. And to further the vision of the Sri Narendra Modi ji, the Honorable Prime Minister of India and Sri Kishan Reddy ji, Government of Mizoram, through the joint efforts of Tourism Department, Higher and Technical Education Department, and School Education Department, took initiative to establish Yuva tourism clubs in all government colleges, higher secondary schools and high schools across the state. These clubs aim to mold young minds into students ambassadors who can represent the essence of India while working towards promotions of India's diverse natural and cultural heritage of villages, cities, states and country through tourism initiatives. Now I am happy and proud to announce that Yuva Tourism Club have been established in almost all the government colleges and more than 239 higher secondary schools and high schools throughout the states. State-level competitions for club members like mobile photography competition, poster making competitions and souvenir making competitions are held recently, and winning entries from these competitions are displayed in the Yuva Tourism stall here at the ITM. Yuva tourism clubs also play a huge role for the success of this IDM, as more than 200 students volunteer for the ITM and are engaged as liaison officers, transportation duty, F&B duty, stall duty, reception duty, etc. May I invite to the stage our respected Principal Secretary to the Government of Mizoram, Madam Manisha Saxena. May I invite Principal Secretary to the Government of Mizoram, Madam Manisha Saxena IAS, to do the honor. Okay. So, ma'am, are you ready for the award? And so, okay. Yeah.
Can you ask all of them? Yeah.
All the guests are requested to take your seat because B2B meeting is coming soon. My Mizoram Mobile Photography Competition winner list. Okay.
Okay, we have this a small prize distribution ceremony for the competitions we held for the Yuva tourism clubs. I would request if you could stay back for just a couple of minutes more. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank you all for being here. And I hope that you're all comfortable and you're enjoying your stay. The volunteers, the ushers, and the liaison officers from the Yuva tourism clubs have been one of our biggest assets in having you a good time here in Mizoram, and their contribution can never be like, we can never be thankful enough. Also, I want to tell you that the F&B was assisted by the students from IHM Shillong, and IHM Guwahati has also been helping. So these two institutions also, I really want to thank from the core of my heart. Thank you.
Yes, the prize distribution for My Shot My Mizoram Mobile Photography Contest winner list. Nature and Landscape, Joseph Zonun Sanga, third semester, Political Science, Government Jethan Kima College. Mizo Traditional Practices, Leltran Puya, third semester, BA, Government Shangmana College. Mizoram, the Happiest State, Leltran Puya, third semester, Government Shangmana College. Material Culture of Mizoram, David Zoram Sanga, fifth semester, Commerce Department, Government Shangmana College. Panhila doon ni kan. Mizo Cuisine London Kluangi, first semester, Garment Technology, Women's Polytechnic College. Handmade Poster Making Competition winner list. Nature and Landscape, David Zoram Sanga, fifth semester, Commerce Department, Government Shangmana College. Kung en local zungzung wala. Mizo Traditional Practices, Zoram Mangaya, fifth semester, Government Shangmana College, and Leltlan Kimi, third semester, Garment Technology, Women's Polytechnic, Aizawl. They are the winner of the handmade poster making competition. Mizoram, the Happiest State, H. Lelrem Siami, third semester, Garment Technology, Women's Polytechnic, Aizawl. Mizo Cuisine, Lalfakoma, first semester, Chemistry, Government 033 Residential Science College. Mystical Mizoram Souvenir Making Competition winner list. First prize, H. Lelrem CME, third semester, Garment Technology, Women's Polytechnic College, Aizawl, Mizo Traditional Attire Eco-Friendly Bag. Second prize, C. Lelrem Pui, fifth semester, BA, Government Aizawl College, Head Plum. Third prize, Leltran Sungi, third semester, Garment Technology College, Garment Technology, Women's Polytechnic, Aizawl, for sister tablecloth. And a consolation prize from Zonun Pariralte, fifth semester, Garment Technology, Women's Polytechnic, Aizawl, bamboo vase. S. Thermal Somtuange, fifth semester, Garment Technology, Women's Polytechnic, Aizawl, keychain. And Emily V.L. Chakimi, third sem, Garment Technology, Women's Polytechnic, Aizawl, hair clip and braided band. Thank you, Sir and Ma'am, for doing the honor. We will have a short break for 5 minutes, a tea break, and then after that, we will continue with a B2B meeting. The sailors are requested to take your seats as we are proceeding with the B2B meeting. The sailors are requested to take your seats as we are proceeding with the B2B meeting in a while.